Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. Please be seated. I trust while you've been waiting, you've had a moment to read our acknowledgement to our friends and neighbors in the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. We're going to call a public hearing on the Ambleside Local Area Plan. And those of you who are aware, I have consistently declared a conflict of interest because, as many of you will know, I own property at the corner of 15th and Marine Drive, and that is in the area. But I want to dispel one point because I heard a comment made that I must be happy with the provincial outcome or whatever. And I want to make it perfectly clear. I declared a conflict of interest to follow the rules specifically, but my property has not been upzoned. Neither outcome, either the province's outcome or the motion that's tonight changes that. And I just ask Mr. Hawkins if you would confirm that.
To your worship and members of the public, yeah, happy to. I can confirm that the property in question is not subject to the LAP. It has not been proposed for any increase in density. That's true in the plan in front of council and that the province imposed. And it's also been true of the process. At no point during this process has council recommended or staff suggested or discussed with the public any increase of density on that property. It has always been off the table.
Thank you. So I'm still declaring a conflict of interest, even though it doesn't impact my property, just so that this process cannot be challenged. And I'm going to ask Councillor Gambioli, who I saw admirably run the last public hearing, if she would take over as acting mayor. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone. We have a full house, it looks like. So we are here to discuss the issue of the Ambleside Local Area Plan. And just to be clear, it is the Ambleside Local Area Plan as amended, which means that the two special sites have been removed from the proposed plan, and that is what we are discussing tonight. So would ask everyone to keep their comments to that topic. And staff are going to walk us through the process. How many people have never been to a public hearing here in West Vancouver? Okay, quite a few of you. All right. So just to let you know, if you want to speak, you have 5 minutes to speak maximum. And the amount of time you have will be up on that little clock over there. And you must sign up in the corner there on the little round table. And I'll let staff read the details.
Thank you very much. Council is convening this public hearing to consider and receive submissions regarding proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985-2018, amendment bylaw number 5386-2026 regarding the Ambleside Centre local area plan. Anyone who believes that their interest in property is affected by the proposed bylaw will be heard and or may provide written submissions either in person or via email to correspondence@westvancouver.ca. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views heard. Council members may ask questions of you following your presentation, but council's function during this public hearing is to listen to the views of the public, not to debate the proposed bylaw. After the public hearing is concluded, council may, without further notice, give whatever effect council believes proper to the representations. Your only opportunity to comment on the proposed bylaw is during the public hearing. Council is not permitted to receive further submissions once council has closed the public hearing. Council has received documents which are available for the public to view. A hard copy of these may be obtained from the corporate officer during the public hearing. The documents can also be viewed online at westvancouver.ca/news/notices. Please note that the online copy of documents will not include any items received after noon today. To maintain order and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, here are the rules of procedure. A speakers list has been established. For those attending in person, you may place your name on the speakers list at any time throughout the public hearing. If you're speaking from prepared remarks, council requests that a copy be provided to the corporate officer. To participate via Zoom, please phone 604-925-7004 and provide your name and telephone number to staff, who will add you to the speakers list. When it is your turn to address council, staff will allow you to unmute your microphone and turn on your webcam in order to provide you with your public input opportunity. Please note that staff will not be in a position to provide you with a specific time slot when you register to speak, so we ask that participants who wish to address council be available for the duration of the public hearing. Council requests that you please begin your remarks by providing your name and municipality of residence. If you're speaking on behalf of some other person or organization, council requests that you please identify the name of that person or organization. Please limit your remarks to 5 minutes and to the subject of the proposed bylaw. Please be respectful to others. After everyone has spoken once, you will have an opportunity to speak subsequent times to provide additional information if you wish. Please follow the process outlined above to be re-added to the speakers list. If you have any concerns about the rules of the hearing, please address your comments to the chair. Acting Mayor Gambioli, I should continue just to inform that we have, council has received two reports on this matter. 26 written submissions have been received. Council set the date for this public hearing on March 30, and the statutory and notices of public hearing were published in the North Shore News on April 15 and 22 of this year. Thank you.
And could you let us know how many people are on the phone and written list, just so we have an idea?
My last update is that our Zoom list for the public hearing has no speakers signed up yet. And I believe the list we have in the chamber here has about 15 names. We're just getting a confirmation now. 15
Okay.
names.
15 names, all right. And to let everyone know that we do have a package that's been put together by staff with all of the correspondence. In other words, any emails that have come in up until noon today. So if you have sent in an email, then we have it and we will read it if we haven't had time to do that already. But up to you if you want to, speak in addition to that, but just so that you know. So as staff have said, we expect a respectful feedback, and that includes being objective. There are differing opinions on most topics at public hearings. So we will not be entertaining clapping or, any kind of gallery hooting and hollering, because it is a very intimidating time to sit here and for most people speak to council. So let's all be aware of that. Do staff have a presentation? I'm sorry, I did not realize that. Please go ahead.
Let's see. There it is. That's it.
So good evening, members of council and importantly, members of the public. I'll jump right in. So by way of background, the local area plan was prepared after a 2-year engagement and planning process. I've reduced to one line what was 50 public meetings, events, workshops, 400 people who took a survey, thousands who shared their opinions. So right up front, I'd be remiss not to thank the public for participating over that 2-year period. It led to a proposed LAP that was presented to council May last year, but it was not given, the bylaw was not given any readings and no public hearing was set. Moving on to the more recent dates, March 30th, so at the end of spring this year, council modified 2 sites, as Acting Mayor Gambioli referenced, gave that modified bylaw first reading and set the date for today's public hearing. However, roughly a week after that, the province did issue an order in council which amended the district's OCP with the previous May 2025 bylaw, so that is now in effect. However, this public hearing was scheduled, so it's being honoured, and the subject, therefore, of this public hearing is the LAP that was modified by council at the end of March with reference to 2 sites, which I will speak to. So I'm just going to distill the LAP into, I think, 7 key points. The first is that any local area plan, think of it as a higher level long-term vision. So it's the context for future decisions. It's not the individual decisions themselves. What I mean by that is that approving a local area plan does not mean approval for any of the individual buildings or sites within it, but it does provide an overall picture, as illustrated on the screen, as to how change could be incrementally managed over the coming decades. The second key point is that Ambleside is our main commercial hub, and there's been a long-standing interest in revitalizing it. So as you can see on the map here, a big focus of that is the public realm. So things like the green arrows, better connections, integration with the beautiful waterfront, the frontage shown in blue along Bellevue, focus on things like outdoor dining, patios. In red, an active, more interesting marine drive while still providing for those important anchor tenants like grocery stores, pharmacies. And in yellow, more flexible space upslope along Clyde for quirkier or emerging businesses. Within that map, you'll see active laneways and new pedestrian connections breaking up those long frontages. A signature piece, something we heard really mattered to the public through that process, was providing places to gather, opportunities to socialize with each other. So left and right of screen, there's two small bookend plazas, if you like, create a sense of arrival, let people know they're about to hit a really special high street, a really attractive commercial precinct, and then a larger public gathering space on the south side of Fresh Street Market along Bellevue, and then also a larger gathering space on Clyde Avenue behind Village Square, where things like farmers markets, community events could be held. Another key theme to stress up front is that this is very much a low-rise plan. You can see that on the map, and the data is over 80% of sites are restricted to low-rise, so 3 to 4 stories. The flip of that, the other way of describing that, is that there's only 6 sites that the LAP does propose for more than 4 stories, either as 6 to 8 story forms or 10 to 12 story forms. And you can see a couple of illustrations on the right of the screen, artist's impression of a future Marine Drive and a future Bellevue Avenue. Very much related to that, in listening to the public about wanting to prioritize low-rise development, we've also heard their concerns around that not being what was termed a tunnel effect. So avoiding anything monolithic, just a sheer 4-story street wall. So this is one of the renderings from the LAP, which I think hopefully communicates the key points of that. So if you look at the top of the image, varying the heights of buildings, both within buildings, but also between buildings, breaking up long frontages with new mid-block connections to separate buildings. And then at street level, things like insetting patios. So in addition to those larger public squares I described, more active street level experience, varying the width of shops. That makes more visual interest, but also provides for a greater variety of businesses that can occupy spaces of different sizes. And then maintaining on-street parking and improving the pedestrian experience. So things like weather protection, public art, landscaping, and so on. Another key point, we often have been asked questions, particularly recently, what does this do for a potential arts facility? I'm aware there's been many sites considered by many committees over many years. What the LAP provides for is the opportunity to acquire the site shown in a triangle at the bottom of the screen. This is 1590 Bellevue. It's distinct in the LAP area that it's the only commercial zone property that is south of Bellevue. So it's an opportunity to integrate the activity on the waterfront, bring some of that energy up towards the village and vice versa. The mechanism the LAP provides for is to transfer the development rights of that site to a site on the west side of 15th at Clyde. So in layman's terms, council could achieve public ownership of the triangle 1590 Bellevue in exchange for allowing the density of that site to be built on a more upslope site. Another key theme, housing. This is another long-standing interest of the community to create Ambleside, to allow Ambleside to be a more living centre by having more houses above shops. Realistically, most projects coming forward would likely include strata units, but there are some specific strategies to address rental housing. So that's not only increasing customer base, if you like, but potential workforce base. You can see on the map, there is one site which is unique in that it's effectively within the apartment area, so it's surrounded by existing mid and high-rise buildings. You can see that illustrated in the picture. This would be dedicated for rental use, should it propose for redevelopment to rental for residential purposes. And there are also 4 other sites, smaller scale, but also an opportunity that should residential above commercial be proposed, then they would have to be rental units. And then the final point, throughout this process, Council has directed its proceedings step by step with regular updates. Most recently, as I mentioned, staff are responding to Council's modification for 2 policies or 2 sites, so 1400 North and 1600 South Marine Drive. They're more commonly known as the Village Square and Fresh Street Market sites. The bylaw that's the subject of this public hearing reverts policy to what's typically known as a special site policy, which allows for consideration above 4 stories, but the requirement for any proponent will be that they have to demonstrate what it would look like at 4 stories and then prove a case that it's better with taller forms, and for Council to determine the benefit based on that design, as well as things like improvements to the public realm, delivery of community amenities and public parking. So to be clear, they were the only 2 modifications Council made on March 30th. So everything else I've described in this PowerPoint is unchanged. And that is the subject of tonight's public hearing. However, as also noted at the top of this presentation, on April 7th, the province did mandate the adoption of the May 2025 LAP, so without the changes illustrated on this slide, and the minister indicated they were not satisfied with these 2 changes. And going forward, should Council wish to adopt any version of an LAP, it would require ministerial consent. That concludes staff presentation.
Thank you very much to our staff, and it's been a lot of work to get this far, so we really appreciate your expertise and your work in consolidating all this information. Thank you. So as you've just heard, it's a little bit unusual because this is a public hearing for a legislated local area plan, which has already been created. But we are here to hear some feedback, and I guess we should get started. As I said, keep your eye on the clock, please. We have a regular council meeting that's supposed to be starting at 6 p.m. But that may be a little bit delayed depending on how long everyone speaks. But let's have our first speakers.
The first names on the list are Victoria Jackson, followed by Anne Murray. Victoria Jackson.
Welcome.
So I'm just getting a picture up. Okay. Hi, everybody. I feel like I'm not sure where to look. I'm just going to start my timer. Okay. So hello, everyone. I am Victoria. I am a resident of Ambleside. My family owns property here in West Vancouver, and I've been in the area for many years now. We chose Ambleside very intentionally. We didn't end up here by chance. We chose it for its calm coastal character and the balance between nature and community. I think West Vancouver is very similar to Tofino, if anyone's been here, been there. It's very calm. They have the beach, and if big high rises went in Tofino, I feel like it would change the core and the values. So I think it's very similar here. I don't particularly agree with the proposed high-rise buildings where Village Square is going to be for many reasons. It would block many views of the existing condos, including my family's. Second, it would affect a broader community with all the heavy machinery, drilling, pile driving, and constant activity and noise. And all that dust, everyone breathing it in, it would be terrible for our health, our sleep, our mental health. And I vacuum enough as it is. I don't want all this dust. It wouldn't just affect my building, it'd affect hundreds of local people and neighborhoods, families, seniors, longtime residents who also choose Ambleside for their quiet livability and sense of space. Ambleside also has these beautiful details, like the large tree that's in Village Square. I've taken this picture of these two eagles that like to live there. I don't know, I feel like I should show it. These two eagles taking this picture. Eagles. Yeah, there's these two eagles that live there. And yeah, they come there almost all the time. So I always bring my camera out. And they love that tree. So I just feel like I want to speak for the eagles, kind of like the Lorax speaks for the trees. So I think tearing down the Village Square would really affect the eagles, as well as the places in Village Square, like the Square Rigger. I know a couple people in this room love their Friday night live music, their karaoke nights, and I feel like it's a big part of the community that it wouldn't be able to be replicated in a new building. Also, the Wooden Fish Restaurant, love that place. That would be affected by this as well. They have a really good jicama salad, highly recommend. So I just wanted to speak for those communities that would be affected. And I just wanted to mention there's a difference between thoughtful growth and completely reshaping a place that already is close as a home. So yeah, I would just like to ask you to consider not what's just being built, but what it will feel like for us residents to live through construction for years and how it'll affect the health and community and the animals like the eagles that love that tree. And remember how beautiful Ambleside is and what we're trying to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next name on the list is Anne Murray, followed by Leslie Meyer. Anne Murray.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Anne Murray. I live in Ambleside. Ambleside does not need to be transformed into something new. It needs to be protected for what it already is. It's one of the last remaining areas in West Vancouver that still feels like a true village. It's also a place that visitors are drawn to specifically because of that village feel. The current proposal risks replacing that character with something far less distinctive. I want to be clear, I'm not opposed to revitalization. Thoughtful lower-rise development along Marine Drive could make sense, but the scale and approach proposed in this plan are not right for this community. One of my biggest concerns is the loss of Village Square. It's not just retail space, it's a community hub. It's where people meet, connect, and support local businesses. Replacing it with new development will almost certainly displace those businesses as they will not be able to afford higher rents. What we're likely to see instead are chain stores, and with that, a loss of character that makes Ambleside special. There's also an impact on essential services. The plan includes the demolition of the area's main supermarkets and businesses. Many residents, especially seniors, rely on being able to walk to these amenities. While the plan may include a portion of units described as below market, it does not necessarily mean affordable. These units are typically priced relative to already high market rents, and for many residents, particularly seniors on fixed incomes, that may still be out of reach. The disruption from construction itself can't be overlooked. We'll have years of noise, dust, and reduced accessibility to businesses, which will make it extremely difficult for small businesses to survive. And the traffic and transportation are another concern. Marine Drive's already congested, and so are the nearby streets. Increasing density without addressing infrastructure will only make these problems worse. The North Shore transportation network is already under strain. Congestion on Highway 1 is a daily reality, and the two bridges that connect the North Shore with Vancouver are already heavily utilized. The Ironworkers Memorial Bridge is now considered one of the most congested corridors in Metro Vancouver. Increasing density in Ambleside without meaningful improvements to regional transportation will inevitably add to this congestion, with impacts that extend well beyond the immediate neighborhood. According to Statistics Canada, population growth in West Vancouver has been modest compared to the rest of Metro Vancouver. That's because we have a very stable population. Growth pressure here is not as intense, which raises the question of whether the scale of densification is proportionate to this area. There's also emerging signs that the market may not support this kind of development. As you've seen in the North Shore news lately, the condominium project in Dunderave has stalled due to sluggish sales, and Dunderave looks quite unsightly now as a result of that. There's also a limited employment base in West Vancouver. Most people who live here commute elsewhere for work, and any increase in density is going to result in more commuting and more traffic. And also for the existing residents, many of us made long-term decisions to invest in this community based on its established scale and character. We expect it to remain here and to enjoy it as a stable, livable environment. The proposed changes introduce significant impacts to views, sunlight, and overall livability. The plan risks displacing longtime renters and making the area less accessible and affordable for seniors, particularly if essential services are disrupted or replaced with more expensive alternatives. From an environmental perspective, the widespread demolition of existing functioning buildings raises concerns about unnecessary waste. Greater consideration needs to be given to retaining and adapting viable structures where possible. Then there's the issue of scale. Developments of this height fundamentally change Ambleside. It will no longer feel like a village. It will begin to feel like a dense urban center. In closing, my concern is not with change, but with the scale and approach of this plan. I would strongly encourage council to consider a more balanced alternative, one that includes lower rise development, protects key community spaces like Village Square, and ensures that infrastructure is in place before density is increased. We do not want Ambleside to become an urban village in the sense of places like Metrotown or Brentwood Town Centre. We want to preserve what makes it special, a true village valued by residents and visitors alike. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. The next
Thank
name on
you.
the list.
Thank you. As I said before, hold your clapping, please.
The next
Who's
name,
next?
sorry, is Leslie Meyer, followed by Scott Swan, pardon me.
Hi. Whoops.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Leslie Mayer, and I'm a resident of Ambleside. I'm against high rises being built in Village Square. 3 years ago, I achieved something I had worked my entire life towards. I bought my condo here in West Vancouver. It wasn't just a purchase, it was making a dream a reality. I chose Ambleside because of its charm, the beach, its peaceful vibe. When I saw the view of my future condo for the first time at the open house, I was blown away by the unbelievable beauty. I had to buy this place. From my home, I see Stanley Park, the Lionsgate Bridge, and the water stretching all the way to Vancouver Island. Those views are not just scenery, they are part of my everyday life. Tea in the morning on the terrace, enjoying the sunsets in the evening. The views I have bring peace, comfort, and a deep sense of wonder to me. And now high-rise buildings could go up right in front of and around me. My dream would be shattered. But this is not just about me. Every single person in my building would be affected. Hundreds of people in our immediate neighborhood would be affected. Families, seniors, longtime residents who have built their lives here. People who rely on the quiet, the light, and the sense of stability that this community provides. We would all face years of construction, noise starting early in the morning, constant vibrations, dust, traffic, road closures, and disruption. This is not a short inconvenience. This is something that would go on for years, affecting people's health, their sleep, and their ability to live peacefully in their own homes. For seniors especially, this kind of disruption can be overwhelming. For families, it affects daily routines, stress levels, and quality of life. And when it's over, the impact doesn't end. Instead of open views and natural light, we would be looking into walls of concrete and glass and into other people's homes. Our privacy would be gone. The character of our neighborhood would be changed completely. This is a community, not just a development site. People know each other here. We support local businesses. We gather in shared spaces. There is a rhythm to life here that works and that people chose intentionally. I invested over $1 million into my home, and I'm not alone. Many in my building have made similar lifelong investments. These homes represent security, stability, and in many cases, something to pass on to our families. And yet this proposal puts all of that at risk. Our property values will most likely decline, our quality of life would be diminished, and the very reasons we chose to live here would be taken away. At the same time, our infrastructure is already struggling. Traffic congestion is a daily reality. Our roads, transit, and medical services, that's very important for me, are not equipped to handle this level of densification. So we have to ask, who is this really benefiting? I don't understand why we need this densification, because it's not the people who already live. It will not benefit the people who already live here. Growth should not come at the cost of an entire community's well-being. Once these high rises are built, there is no undoing the impact, not on our homes, not on our neighborhood, and not on the lives of the hundreds of people who will be affected. I'm asking you to think beyond buildings and consider the people, the families, the seniors, the community that already exists here. Please protect Ambleside, protect the homes, the people, and the way of life that so many of us worked so hard to be a part of. Please help us fight this decision by the province. Let's beautify Ambleside, not densify it. Thank you.
The next name on the list is Scott Swan, followed by Ray Holland.
Folks, I'm sorry, but as I've said now for the third time, people have differing opinions in the room, and it's not going to be acceptable to have clapping and other conversation out loud from the audience. All right. I will put a pause on this hearing, and we can all exit the room and come back one at a time if you prefer. But no more clapping, please.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm Scott Swan. I'm the chair of the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and I've lived in West Vancouver since 1983. The Arts and Culture Advisory Committee is unanimously excited to see the Ambleside LAP move forward. In the larger picture, we believe that providing more affordable housing in West Vancouver is precisely the right thing to do. It will allow seniors who wish to downsize to remain in the place that they have lived for many years and that they love, and most importantly, close to family and friends. Many studies have shown this to be a vital factor in seniors' well-being and longevity. At the same time, it will allow younger individuals who have grown up in West Vancouver to live and work in the area, and vitally, to provide support to their families when it's needed. And surely this kind of connection between friends and family, young people and old people, is one of the most profound definitions of a community. On a more particular level, the ACAC is here in strong support of Council designating a site for a new purpose-built arts and culture facility in the 1590 Bellevue Avenue area, as identified in the Ambleside Centre local area plan. The members of the committee, through their organizations, represent or are in constant contact with thousands of community members. And these organizations include the full spectrum of individuals who live in West Vancouver: children, teens, adults, and seniors, as well as artists, arts organizations, arts enthusiasts, and donors. As you're well aware, the arts culture sectors are severely constrained by aging and inadequate venues. The West Vancouver Art Museum, the Music Box and Silk Purse Art Center are all essentially 1920s to 1940s homes, now facing maintenance crises, accessibility shortfalls, flood risks, and insufficient capacity to house the programming that they have. The programming is extraordinary. The spaces deliver 22,500 hours of annual programming for over 80 organizations and 1,200 local artists and students. That demand is expected to grow by 65% in the next 20 years. The existing buildings are absolutely not capable of supporting that growth. And that's not simply my or the committee's opinion, it's the Cornerstone opinion, the organization which the district hired to assess the state of our cultural facilities and to make recommendations going forward. That report clearly recommends replacing the existing facilities with a purpose-built arts and culture center. I think there's a fairly good idea in the community about the social and community values of the arts. But what I don't hear a lot of here is the economic value of the arts in any community. And I'd like to speak to that for a minute. And it's not, again, not my voice. This is according to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce Business Data Lab. Canada's arts and culture sector contributed 62 billion in direct GDP to the Canadian economy in 2024. And what's important here is that it's growing faster and supporting more jobs per dollar than any other key sectors like oil and gas, manufacturing, or agricultural. Andrew de Capua, the principal economist at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, says the arts and culture sector generates $29 in economic activity for every dollar of federal investment. And that's an extraordinary return in addition to the social benefits that the sector generates. So the key economic impact findings from this study and others that I've read are these. Arts and culture sectors support 13 jobs for every million in output, which is more than oil and gas, manufacturing, or agriculture. And since 2011, the sector has outpaced growth in key industries, including oil and gas, wholesale trade, retail trade, construction, and manufacturing. The sector generates an estimated $17 billion in federal and provincial revenue. And the economic impact across the country is highest in Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. And
That's your
there are
time, sir.
hundreds of thousands of jobs and over $100 billion in GDP. You may
That's your
not
time,
know,
sir.
but over the past 4 years, GDP stemming from the arts and culture sector has grown almost 8%, which is double that, outpacing all of Canada's overall economic growth of 4%. So,
Gonna have to wrap it up. Your time's been up for a while.
oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. We are grateful to Council's stated support to advance the new arts and culture facility as a vital component of community health, economic viability, and West Vancouver's cultural identity. We strongly urge you to act on the LAP and designate this space as an art center as quickly as possible. My apologies for taking time. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Ray Holland, followed by Susan Walker.
Ray Holland, West Vancouver, Ambleside resident for the past 21 years. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I am here to speak on the revitalization of Ambleside, but let's first do a few fact checks. In 2023 and 24, I attended many municipal organized workshops on the Ambleside local area plan. And not once did I hear speakers agree to anything more than low-rise buildings. Yet the planning department, and due respect to the planning department, you've done a fantastic job. The planning, there were no high rises that anybody thought of in part of those discussions. While I recognize that the final plan was forced on the municipality by the provincial government, I am concerned that this proposal with high rises will put forward. I am concerned the proposal with high rises was put forward to the province. We all know that in the past 50 years, West Vancouver's population has grown by 10,000 individuals, or 200 residents a year, not very many. If we take the established average of 2.5 residents per household a year, less than 80 dwellings are required currently or annually in all of West Vancouver. Hardly enough to think beyond 3 to 4 story building heights in Ambleside for many years into the future. And with a declining West Vancouver population, likely a lot less building will be required. Given the current stall in the economy and the lowest real estate sales in the community in the past 50 years, many existing condos or buildings for sale or rent in West Vancouver remain unoccupied. Pre-sales are non-existent. Proposed buildings and others recently built in both Ambleside and Dunderave have gone into receivership, and we know where they are. Let's keep Ambleside's character in check, and the market dictates what developers, when developers want to participate, not governments. And that will likely be for many years to come. Yes, we need revitalization, but both retail and residential, but that can come or that can be accomplished without high-rise buildings destroying Ambleside's character. As a resident of West Vancouver for 57 years, I remember Clyde Avenue, east of Taylor Way. Many of you on council probably aren't old enough to remember that. Anyway, in Taylor Way in the early days when Park Royal Hotel and the restaurant and pub and Frank Baker's attic were in vogue. What a fabulous place to visit. These establishments were vibrant and people came from all over the city to enjoy both these establishments and enjoy and take a look at James Bond's iconic 1964 Aston Martin in a glass cage in front of the hotel. Some of us will remember that. Let's restore the 1400 block of Clyde Avenue with restaurants, coffee houses, art galleries, pubs, other compatible retail stores, and small boutique hotels, not high rises. Possible slight curvature in the road to add a little bit of character. I've seen that in other communities, not in BC, but elsewhere. And the 1400 block of Clyde Avenue has the potential to be the village within, and I know that's been being proposed, and that's the way it should be. Think of Friday and Saturday nights in the summer, closed vehicle traffic, street entertainment, food trucks, a band, etc. Back from the crowded beaches and busy Marine Drive with parking and underground, both underground or on adjacent streets. Let's get back to Ambleside's roots, where people came to enjoy not only our beaches and parks, but the vibrancy it has to offer, and not encumbered by towering high-rise buildings. We simply don't need them.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
yeah.
The next name on the list is Susan Walker, followed
you.
by Neil Carroll.
If the next person on deck can be ready to, zoom up here afterwards, that would help us move along. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. My name is Susan Walker, Vice President of North Shore Heritage, speaking on behalf of our board, and thank you for the opportunity. North Shore Heritage offers general support for the Ambleside local plan and sincere appreciation for the thoughtful work of our mayor, council, and staff. The plan largely strikes the right balance of growth, character, and livability. It focuses the density where it belongs, with some caveats, protects established neighborhoods, and respects the heritage and human scale which define this community. You, our local government, have been clear you are not opposed to housing, you are opposed to bad planning and one-size-fits-all directives. That brings me to Bills 44 and 25. Many residents, planners, and former provincial officials are concerned that these bills force mass upzoning without regard for local context. They encourage demolition, including of our heritage buildings, rather than renovation or adaptive reuse. And they impose a cookie-cutter architectural approach that erases neighborhood character. These buildings don't add housing, they disrupt communities and override years of local planning and public input. The local plan, the local Ambleside plan, largely shows us how to do this properly. It concentrates growth in a walkable, transit-supported village center and protects view corridors, heritage assets, and the small business fabric that gives Ambleside its character. However, North Shore Heritage has three concerns. First, the plan must consider the area's heritage character, Coronation Building, Village Square's brickwork, and notable mansard roof, the old wooden buildings along Clyde Avenue, the older houses now home to small business like the Gold Stand Bakery, plus the alleys, courtyards, and murals that give Ambleside its character. These are spaces that small business can still afford. Second, Ambleside is not the place for 16 to 18-story towers. Those heights belong in Park Royal, if at all, where a precedent already exists. Finally, We urge mayor and council to mandate the deconstruction of any buildings facing removal rather than demolition to prevent vast amounts of material from ending up in the landfill. So in closing, thank you to our mayor, council, and staff for standing up for thoughtful planning and democratic process. We can support housing without sacrificing heritage, adding density without creating waste, and welcome growth while protecting what makes West Vancouver special if we are allowed to plan it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next names on the list, Neil Carroll, followed by Andy Krosick.
Good evening. My name is Neil Carroll. I've been a resident of West Vancouver for over 40 years, and I've loved it for that amount of time as well. And I'd like to be very brief in my address to the mayor and council that I consider the character of Ambleside to be one of the nicest places to live and commute and to enjoy on the North Shore. I was prompted to try and analyze why last year I was in Turkey on holiday, a place called Ephesus, which has got amphitheaters built by Romans and Greeks. And of course, the logic is that the high seats and the high sides permit viewing the stage. And the last things the Greeks and Romans would do would to build a great bloody column right in the middle. And that's what I think that the high rises at Fresh Street and Village Square would be equivalent to. So trying to analyze why people would want to do that to us, I looked at the population. I think it was at the last election was roughly 45,000 in West Vancouver. And so we need more houses apparently, but considering they're already approved, Cypress Village has got 3 1/3 units, which is about 7,000 people. And in Ambleside, they've got about 1,200 units, which would account for another 3,000 people. So we have approved but not built another 10,000 people eligible and willing to live in West Vancouver, about 20% of the population, more than that. So my question is, we really want to increase our livable community by 20%, and I hope that the community, the access roads and so on are going to be commensurate with that growth. I very much doubt it, and I think everyone here very much doubts it. I'd finally like to commend council on having this meeting, because I think it's a declaration of democracy as opposed to the sledgehammer implementation that Victoria wants to impose on us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speakers on the list, Andy Krosick, followed by Graham McIsaac.
Thank you very much, Council. My name is Andy Krosick, over 60 years, off and on resident of West Vancouver in both Ambleside and now Caulfield. And yes, I remember Frank Baker's, and I remember the Park Royal Pub, especially singing Good Night, Irene, but that's a whole other thing. It is a pleasure to be at this hearing when we get a chance to talk about the exciting future future that the LAP in Ambleside can promise. It's too bad that it really is too little and too late. Too late, we all know why. At the end of the day, Big Brother, otherwise known as the provincial government, has imposed an LAP after more than 11 months of waiting for the commercial LAP to be done. It took that long for a compromise to be reached. You'd think that you were trying to figure out how the Straits of Hormuz were going to open. And it was that delay which then eventually forced the province's hand. Too little, because of this hearing, supposedly we're highlighting only 2 plots that are going to be taken out, and I'll get back to those in a minute. But it also should, and I'm here to talk about the exciting prospect of a revitalized Ambleside, which was the whole purpose of drawing an LAP. I don't want to in any ways minimize the discussion around the Village Square and the Fresh Street Market area. I know it's important to some people, and I fully understand the concern. It is unfortunate that it took 11 months to be able to work out that in fact needs to be dealt with. I would do one little hesitancy, and that is just because it's written in that it can go to, and I think it's exaggerated, but I'll let planning tell me if it's 16 to 18 stories. But if the aspiration in the original plan, which I guess will now go into effect, is for buildings over 14, 16 stories, and if all of those aspirations always come true, then the Vancouver Canucks would have won Stanley Cup about 3 different times. Aspirations does not mean that it actually happens. So what is in the LAP? Diversity of housing, which has been, as some people have already said, strongly, strongly urged for however long, including the original OCP. A mix of commercial and housing types, which again, those of us that have been able to be outside of Ambleside and West Vancouver and seen communities thriving, know that the best thriving is where the commercial and the residential come together. Because at the end of the day, people like to live where they work and where they potentially can purchase and be part of the amenities. It is also a place which will have live community space where, as planning already talked about, real spaces where people can gather, where people can talk, and potentially, yes, potentially an art center that from everything, and I'm on the CAC that, or ACAC that Scott Swan mentioned, as a representative of the West Vancouver Library and prior of KMEEC, we know that we're talking about the 16th and Bellevue area. We also know that we're talking about a privately funded. We needed to find the spot, but it is our hope that, and that's the work that's going to be, that's in front of us to make sure that we can put the funding together. But isn't it exciting to think of something actually being built and coming together to replace aging sites, but allows the possibility of a West Vancouver to be alive and thrive. And so that's what's exciting. It's a future-facing LAP. It says, imagine you can be here, rather than say, sorry, too late, don't bother. Thank you very much.
The next names on the list are Graham McIsaac, followed by Ismail Baku. Graham McIsaac.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and councillors. My name is Graham McIsaac, and I'm a 44-year resident of West Vancouver. I believe I'm also a member of the board of the Ambleside and Dundee Residents Association. I believe you already received a more detailed letter from us on the topics of the LAP. So I'm going to make some personal remarks tonight as a long-time resident who, like you, cares deeply for this community. I don't believe actually either of the options before council tonight with regard to the Ambleside Centre Local Area Plan are what are best for the community. And I know a lot of work's been spent on this. I don't oppose low-rise development, but the concept of a village by the sea was supported for many years with much input from a lot of people in our community. And it seems to have been abandoned here in favor of height and density. Clearly, the proposal that's before tonight, excluding the 2 large sites, is better than the other alternative. However, it seems this is now not relevant. As I understand the NDP radical government, in addition to imposing 4-plex and 6-plex zoning on our community, as we discussed at a previous council meeting, are now imposing the high-density local area plan for Ambleside Centre on West Vancouver residents, precluding really this public hearing in itself. I mean, this is useful to get our views, but apparently you're not given any choice because the province in their wisdom's already decided to what's happened. The autocratic behavior of this government undermines democracy, local planning and public input into how our neighborhoods are developed. Fortunately, I believe that the current NDP government will not be here forever, and one hopes that before development actually occurs, there will be an opportunity to significantly amend this plan before our community is irrevocably changed. West Vancouver is a very special community. We cherish access to beaches, wonderful parks, forests, and beautiful residence gardens throughout our community. We do not want West Vancouver to become a concrete jungle like many other communities are becoming. Unfortunately, this proposed plan moves us somewhat in that direction. No one is against sensitive low-rise development that supports maintaining the seaside village atmosphere and respects character of neighborhoods and the character of the business district. We have many examples of good developments in our community that increase density while also being sensitive to their surroundings. This imposed plan clearly does not do that. West Vancouver already has zoned property well above what is built or likely able to be built over many years. Why would we then proceed to essentially upzone much of the Ambleside Centre to meet artificially and ill thought out housing targets? This makes no sense. The municipality only has control over zoning. It does not control over what's ultimately built. This is starkly clear in Dunderave today, where 25% of the village is tragically now empty because the developer essentially ran out of money. It's a tragedy for this community that that's the place we're in today. So I don't want to see more development like that. The eventual increase in density and population is incredible. We've got 7,000 residents already potentially, and I know it's going to take up to 10 years to do this, but if you've got to look to the future, 7,000 residents in Cypress Village. If you assume the fourplex and sixplexes would, and I don't think it'll happen through the whole community, but that's 24,500 basically more people. If you take into account this development and Ambleside, you get 3,000, and that doesn't include additional density that's very likely along the Taylor Way corridor and potentially in Squamish Nation lands. So this is very significant. It would actually add 80% to our population over a decade if all these developments went ahead. I don't think it's likely, but we shouldn't be planning for that. I mean, it makes no sense to actually allow that in zoning and planning. So the other issue is infrastructure. I mean, where do we think we already have problems in bridges? All of this increased population is going to need police, fire services, medical facilities, schools, community centers, transit, traffic. We're already facing issues with infrastructure without adding all these people. But in conclusion, I actually believe I want to support our council and mayor and council. I mean, I realize this has taken a long time to get to where they got to, but I really believe I would encourage the mayor and council to take either on their own or in conjunction with other municipalities to fight the province on their basically deliberate undermining of authority of local governments, elected officials, and democracy.
That's your time, sir.
Okay, I just want to finish very quickly. I would expect everyone in this community, whether you're for this plan or against this, I believe everyone in this community should be very against what Victoria has done by mandating an autocratic plan on the residents of this community. It's just not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next names on the list.
Yeah. What's the next name?
Ismail Baku,
Okay, thank you.
followed by Paul Rusika.
Could you spell it for us, Pascal?
The last name Baku, I believe.
Correct. Okay, thank you. It's very nice when you write clearly on the list and we can read it. Thank you.
Good evening, council and the chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I have a couple of questions, but let me start with the comment. Are those people who have made the decision with this imposition, do they hear the sentiments expressed by the neighbors, by the people who have lived here, who feel they belong to this community? We have a little history here, but it is history.
You're gonna talk closer because we can't hear you.
You can, okay. I'm sorry, because mine is going to be short. Let me start from the beginning.
Good.
Okay.
And just to let you know, this is a chance for us to listen. It's not a chance for us to answer your questions or for staff to answer questions. So I'm sorry,
Okay.
we can't put
Okay.
ourselves in the minds of
But-
the provincial
But
government.
I would like again to repeat, those people who made the decision in Victoria, do they have access to the sentiments expressed in this meeting and some other places? Or it is just an imposition? I mean, this is supposed to be democracy. I mean, this is just the decision has been made and basically the fate is finished and this is what they want. You know, I lived in many different countries and I've traveled quite a lot. And one day I was walking at the seawalk and I looked around and I said, man, I was all by myself. I said, oh, I love this place. I really love this place. And I have never associated the word love with the places that I lived. And so many different cities in the States and countries. Okay. And now I see that that love is really being divorced. In other words, with the changing of the context, changing of the community, and all these condensed, buildings, large, 16 stories, 20 stories, it is changing that character. I wonder, why is it that I have seen so many villages in Europe, in South France, Italy, okay, and they keep the way they are, and they look beautiful, and they attract people. Why is it we cannot do that? What is the problem? And my question to the council is that how much effort, how much money do you invest in beautification of the area? Not destroy, keep it, but make it more beautiful. This is what we live for. All of us, we live for beauty. That is what means loving. So the province and the municipality, hand in hand, they can join the forces, resources, make this area more beautiful than it is, rather than high rise. I don't want to repeat the sentiments that were all expressed. And that is all I have to say. It is an imposition, and I'm going to see if there is any legal remedy in terms of the procedure that the province has violated their own procedure. And in terms of the relationship between the council, the West Van, and the province, is there any can we do something with all these people in terms of, is there any legal remedy? And I will pursue on that. I'm not a lawyer, but we will do some work on that. Thank you. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next names on the list are Paul Rusica, followed by Alexis Chicoine.
Okay, and could you give us an update on the total list?
After those two names, we have 5 more names.
5 more names. Okay.
After those two, so 7 in total.
Great. I'm wondering if people near the door are having trouble hearing. Can we close the door? Is that necessary? Just wondering.
The corporate officer is asking them to quiet down.
Is shushing them? Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Rosica. I'm a homeowner in the Ambleside area, have been for 60 years. I think I'll make my comments quite brief. I think what irks West Vancouverites is this intransigent forced legislation on the development of our area. I'm at 72 years old. I've learned one thing: nothing is written in stone. And as the current unpopular government has retained only 64 seats in the legislature, and the combined opposition is 65, I don't think this government has many days left. With that in mind, I would just ask council and those gathered, if the current government falls, what happens to the LAP? Does it partially dissolve? Does it dissolve in its entirety? What are the legal options there? Thank you.
Thank you. The next names on the list are Alexis Chicoine, followed by Maureen O'Brien.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alexis Chicoine, and I live in West Vancouver. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Ambleside Local Area Plan. I want to acknowledge something important to start off with, though. We are all here tonight because we care deeply about West Vancouver. Whether one supports or opposes this plan, it comes from wanting the best of our community that we value. Now, caring about our community also means recognizing when a process has been thorough, when people have been heard, and when it's time to move forward. The discussions have often been framed as growth versus character, change versus preservation, or residents versus government. I don't see it that way. I see it as a practical question. After years of planning, consultation, revisions, and public investment, do we move forward with a thoughtful plan for Ambleside's future or continue with uncertainty and delay? Because this plan didn't appear overnight. It's been years in the making. In 2018, the need for a local area plan for Ambleside was identified in the then municipality's official long-term planning framework. And this council then directed staff in 2022 to begin preparing it. We've heard the timeline through the presentation. It has been through rounds of engagement with advisory committees, community groups, business representations, open houses, youth sessions, surveys, and lots of feedback through calls and email submissions. This input was reviewed, refined, and brought back through multiple drafts. Now, it's most exciting to think about this revitalization. And regardless of how one feels about the province's role in implementing the LAP, we should be accurate about the facts. This is fundamentally a West Vancouver plan. And in my view, it's a strong one. When I read it, I do not see an attack on village character. I see a plan that protects what people value while preparing Ambleside for the future. It supports local businesses through active street-level shops, cafes, restaurants, services, and walkable commercial streets. It improves public spaces through plazas, gathering areas, a stronger waterfront connection, better sidewalks, landscaping, and accessibility upgrades. It creates opportunity for more housing, rental housing included. I moved my screen and I couldn't find where I am. So seniors can downsize locally, younger families can remain in the community, and workers can live nearby, and businesses can attract staff. And importantly, this growth is managed intentionally. Much of Ambleside remains low-rise. Additional height is focused only in select locations rather than scattered everywhere. That is what planning is supposed to do: shape change thoughtfully instead of leaving it to piecemeal decisions. Council still remains significant control as projects come forward. This is important. Guiding implementation, design quality, traffic, parking, public benefits. This plan is there in charge once the projects come across and hit the ground. A community cannot remain in permanent consultation. There comes a time to stop relitigating the same debate. The plan is in place now. The community has something clear to work from: direction from investment, guidance for future development, and a shared understanding of how Ambleside can evolve over time. The LAP is a roadmap for the future of Ambleside, shaped by the community and ready to be put into action. And I think it's worth standing behind. Thank you.
The next names on the list are Maureen O'Brien, followed by Nick Tsangarakis.
Who left that there? Hi, Maureen O'Brien. I'm here to speak on the proposed local area plan that is being presented here tonight. So on behalf of the Ambleside Dunderave BIA, we are opposed to this revised local area plan, specifically the removal of the 2 special sites. We believe the decision to remove those sites undermines some of the most practical and achievable opportunities for long-term revitalization of Ambleside. These 2 sites are among 2 of the very few locations capable of accommodating meaningful underground parking and density. If the goal is to create a more pedestrian and cycling-friendly waterfront south of the tracks, then we have to be realistic about how people will arrive into the village. Without adequate, well-located parking, that vision becomes very difficult to deliver. A vibrant, walkable commercial district doesn't just happen. It depends on access. Visitors, customers, and employees all need a place to park. These two sites offer a viable strategic way to meet that need while supporting the broader vision for Ambleside. At the same time, we strongly support increasing the number of people living within the commercial area. A healthy business district depends on built-in customer base, residents who can walk to shops and services and restaurants as part of their daily lives. That consistent local foot traffic is what sustains small businesses and helps attract the kind of shops and dining options the community has said it would like to see. Without that, businesses are left relying too heavily on seasonal or destination traffic, which is far less stable. We also need to be honest about the current state of our commercial infrastructure. Village Square is a clear example, and why I think we all appreciate its uniqueness and charm. At 60 years old, its core systems, plumbing, electrical, and servicing were built for a very different era. Today's businesses require higher electrical capacity, modern ventilation, flexible plumbing to meet health and building code requirements. In Village Square, those systems are at or beyond their limits. Even relatively modest tenant improvements can become prohibitively expensive or simply impossible. We actually had a small business that was an excellent fit for the space a couple of years ago, but they required a dedicated washroom. The existing plumbing could not support any additional connections, and upgrading the system would have required extensive building-wide intervention at a cost far beyond what any small business could take on. And this is not an isolated issue. As building age, they just don't wear out. They fall behind modern standards and expectations. Without significant reinvestment, they become increasingly difficult to lease, limiting the types of businesses that can operate and increasing the risk of vacancy. Maintaining these properties as is may preserve their appearance, but it also locks in functional limitations that make long-term viability increasingly difficult. I'd also like to take this opportunity to address how the Imagine Ambleside survey that the ADBIA did back in 2021 has been referenced in some of these discussions. That survey focused on the street level experience, the look, feel, and livability of public spaces. Respondents spoke about vibrancy, walkability, and the types of businesses they want to see. All of that feedback was incorporated into the May 2025 local area plan. Aside from a single question about a potential hotel, that survey did not meaningfully ask about building heights or density. So it's misleading to suggest that Imagine Ambleside supports removing these two special sites. The survey simply did not ask those questions. It's equally important to challenge the idea that a village feel requires low-rise buildings. Urban design consistently shows that what people experience at street level is what defines a place. Thoughtful setbacks, active storefronts, and inviting public spaces. These are what create that feeling. Height, when properly designed and set back, does not have to detract from those experiences. In closing, the proposed local area plan removes key opportunities that align with what we've heard from both the business community and the public. If we are serious about creating a vibrant, accessible, and economic resilient Ambleside, we need to keep these viable solutions on the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Three names on the list, Christopher Myberg, followed by Barry Hall, and finally Sandy Lytle. Christopher Myberg. He took himself off the list. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Christopher Myberg. I've been living between the 1300 and 1600 blocks for 44 years now, so I know the area pretty well. And I know it hasn't been destroyed yet until that is now. I specifically want to address the 1400 block because I now live there. I'm a property owner there. And I'm very strongly here to oppose any approval that will push the 1400 block of Ambleside, particularly this Bellevue, Marine, Clyde, Duchess side, beyond Ambleside's established low-rise village scale. It's not a complicated issue. Ambleside is being told to absorb change and residents are being told to accept it quietly. But there's a difference between planned growth and surrendering the character of a community. Don't get confused between the two. The 1400 block of Marine Clyde is not just another development site. It sits within a village core. It functions as part of Ambleside's pedestrian-oriented, low-rise public realm. It's a lot of sunshine. It looks open right now. You want to destroy that with tall buildings? It's not going to be the same. Planning documents have already stated that, and I think the planning department mentioned earlier, that it's recognized to be a village gathering space and open walkable character. This means that the block deserves restraint, not ambition, deserves protection, not another overbuilt exception. And the province, the province has intervened. It's pushed new housing direction onto West Van, but provincial pressure does not erase the local reality of things. It does not make every site available, suitable for added bulk. It does not turn a village core into a redevelopment corridor, and doesn't require council to quietly rubber stamp a form that weakens the very qualities that make the seaside village we call Ambleside worth preserving. Ambleside is successful because it remains human in scale. It feels open, it feels breathable. It feels like a seaside village, it has done for 44 years. Not a wall of buildings. It's not by accident. It's a result of scale that respects the sky, the setbacks, the openness, and the everyday experience of people currently using it on the street. Once that scale is broken, it's very hard to restore, even if we get a change of government pretty soon, which we probably will. So don't try to gloss over everything and say there's a modest change. It's not. Every added story, every added bulked out facade, every exception granted in the wrong place becomes a precedent. And we should reject the tired argument that more bulk automatically means better community benefit. Ambleside's not failing. It does not need to be rescued by overdevelopment. It's already a destination because of its openness, its walkability, and its scale. If you compromise these qualities, you do not improve Ambleside, you diminish it. We don't want the big shadows. We don't want the big block views. What Ambleside will be changed completely. We should stand up for the village call for existing residents. Why should we allow it to be chipped away by the proponent transient politicians and non-resident profit takers? We should protect the 1400 block of Clyde as part of Ambleside's low-ride heart. We don't want to approve a building form that starts the next round of erosion and decline. Again, let's respect the character of the place. Don't let's help replace and destroy it. Once the village scale is lost, good luck trying to get it back. Hold the line, let's resist push by the provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next name on the list is Barry Hall, followed by Sandy Lytle.
And is that our last speaker still on the list?
No, after Sandy Lytle, Gary Porosnik signed up here in the chamber, and we have one online that just signed
Okay.
up as well.
Okay.
Mayor and Council. My name is Barry Hall. I have been a resident in West Vancouver on and off for over 75 years. Spent my youth in Ambleside, enjoying all the amenities of Ambleside Park, Ambleside Beach, Nooney's grocery store, and a lot of the other amenities that Ambleside provides. The next time you're stopped at the traffic light on the corner of 13th and Marine, look to your right. Under a tree, there is a sign that announces what you're entering. A charming, flowered, wooden sign welcoming you to Ambleside by the sea. The sign gives you a feeling of what you might expect as you proceed into West Vancouver's unique, central, seaside, commercial hub. West Vancouver residents know what kind of a community we want to live in.
And over the years, we have managed that development to create a quality of life for residents that is unequaled in Canada. With a highly educated and increasingly diverse population, for sure, there are different opinions and healthy debates on how we should move forward. But those decisions are our responsibility. And we have done a pretty good job of managing them for over 100 years. Different levels of government have their authorities and responsibilities. The municipality of West Vancouver has our land use management and planning responsibilities. In our election process at each level, governments put forward their policies and priorities within their jurisdictions and present to us how they're going to achieve results. The provincial government did not run on usurping municipal authority over land use and housing decisions. If they had, I have no doubt that they would not be in office today. So I strongly believe that we should ignore their orders and that we finalize our Ambleside LAP in accordance with our vision for its future. And that's the plan that we should implement. If they insist on their demands, there will be a provincial election soon upon us, and municipalities around the province will reject this government. If we end up having to fight them in court to protect our rightful decision-making independence, so be it. We will no doubt do it with the support of many other municipalities. With specific respect to the decision or to the question in front of us today with the LAP, I am very much in favor of the revisions that reduce the initially proposed zoning for sites at the corner of 14th and Marine Clyde and the 16th block south of Marine. We do not want towers, whether they're 12 and 14, 14 and 16, whatever. We do not want them, and we do not need them on Marine Drive in the heart of our potential seaside village. They might provide an additional 125 housing units. Is that worth destroying the potential future seaside village of Ambleside? I don't think so. I have heard that no developer will invest in redeveloping Ambleside if they are only allowed to build 3 to 5 stories. I find this very difficult to accept. I drive through North Vancouver and I have seen many 4 to 5 story condos or rentals going up along Marine Drive and elsewhere in North Vancouver. While I dislike the lack of architectural creativity being demonstrated, these are apparently viable developments. Given the geography we have been blessed with, given our predecessors' dedication, and given the history we have created here.
That's your time, sir.
Okay, I've got one sentence. It would be almost criminal in my mind to abandon the opportunity to create over the next 20 years our 21st century seaside village.
Thank you. The next names on the list are Sandy Lytle, followed by Gary Porosnik, and still one online caller.
Good evening, Madam Acting Mayor, Council. My name is Sandy Lytle. I've been a resident of West Vancouver for just about 40 years. And like many here, I am committed to this community and its quality of life. I strongly object to the interference by the provincial government and their directives forced onto West Vancouver. It's an affront to democracy. The LAP has been tweaked at this point. We did not need the heavy hand of Victoria deciding what is right for us at the last minute. I'm urging my local elected officials to do all they can do to maintain control of our community and our destiny and be the ones to decide what is best for West Vancouver. I totally support you in this endeavor. don't capitulate. And let me be clear, I am not against density, but the scale has to be realistic. We need to plan for the infrastructure and community facilities, schools, hospitals, sewers, hand in hand with zoning changes and densification. If I had wanted to live in Yaletown or Metrotown, I would have packed my bags a long time ago and be gone. And by the way, increased density does not improve affordability, despite what the ideologues suggest. That is a false narrative. It is common knowledge that it simply increases land values, and part of that certainly goes to the community in CACs and the cost of development. As well, those steel and concrete towers are expensive to build and contribute to the end cost, which is reflected in their price points. Developers cannot overbuild enough to reduce the prices and still stay in business. It is laudable to say affordable housing is important and that this will create that. But I remind you that the return on investment in rentals to get a 3 to 4% return on investment, which isn't a great deal, is not going to make any of those units affordable. Thank you.
Gary Perosnik, followed by Jatinder Sidhu. That's the last name on the list.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Council, it's a lot of motion in the room. I'm a resident for 34 years. I have 4 children, and they've all been here for most of that time. I came from a family who believed that you keep your family together, all generations, and that when I move somewhere, I can die there, and I can contribute to the community. You can't do that here. I'm also a trustee in bankruptcy. My professional profession has been saving companies, organizations, dealing with governments, not-for-profits for the last 45 years. And I was a partner at PwC for 27 years and one of the top professionals who saved companies, not liquidated them. I'm very familiar with the problem down the road. I'll tell you exactly what happened there. They're building a price point that no one can afford today. And that's the problem with your plans. So well, I was fortunate to work with 2 very good people in housing at PwC, where we told TransLink in 2004, why aren't you telling the municipalities to build the density right around your TransLink stations? They weren't doing it. It was stupid. 5 miles from the transit stations, they were building stuff in the house. They said there's no synergy there. It's the same thing with the big cloverleaf at 200th Street, where I grew up there, a mile away from there. There was no development there. We said, why are you putting commercial there? It's a hub, a transportation hub. Well, they started doing it. It wasn't just because we were saying it, it was because one of the government people said, let's do it. And so now that's what you're seeing. I don't agree with all the government's involvement here. They shouldn't have had to get involved, but we weren't solving the problem. And we weren't solving the problem because West Van has only grown by 1/6 of the average growth in the municipality of Vancouver, Greater Vancouver, in the last 50 years. 1/6, and that's controlled by the housing you build. So you don't build housing. So if you don't build a housing, they don't come. So now we have single-family residents, properties that are worth $3.7 million average assessed value. That's 68% of our housing stock. So we haven't built any affordable housing. As a result, thousands of people have left West Vancouver, and many of your kids or your grandkids or even yourselves may have to leave because there's nothing to buy here that you can afford. So I'm coming at this as a professional who go to court and sets out circumstances and say, these are the economics. The economics of development is you decide, oh, by the way, West Vancouver, if I was a trustee, I'm a trustee of bankruptcy, West Vancouver has been insolvent for several years. It cannot afford to maintain its properties. I'm going to be hit with what, $700 a year in the wastewater. That's actually, if you work that out, it's an opportunity cost of $100,000 for me over the 30 years for that. And every one of you that owns property, you have that cost. And so our taxes are going to go up dramatically because we don't have a big enough population. It's like big a business has to grow in order to serve this. We're not doing that. So the formula for a municipality is like this. The economic engine is got a cycle of community life. You've got to have housing in order to have development where most of your fees come from. Most of your revenue comes from development. Since we've only grown by 1/6, we've given up 80% of our development fees and annuity taxes in the last 50 years. So you get the revenue from development population. The development funds things like traffic and transportation solutions, environment stewardship, and all that stuff. That's where you get the money to do all this stuff. And so the revenue, it services all those things, and you have to have good planning. We have good planning staff. They've just been constrained, I think, because we've had too many people that don't realize we have to grow more than we have just to create the revenue and to keep our families here. My 4 kids, I've probably talked to 1,000 people who've left here in the last 20 years. They'd like to come back. They can't. They've got parents here they can't look after. And the workers are all gone too. That's why we have all the traffic coming from the Second Narrows Bridge. The cost of services here are tremendous because we have to bring people from somewhere else. We should be more self-sufficient here and wisely plan it. And I don't believe in the 4 units every property. I believe in nodes, little community nodes around schools, for instance, where we have a natural network and you create little communities around there. We have, Horseshoe Bay is a great community.
That's your time, sir.
Okay, so this is kind of an education piece from my point of view, to support people who realize there's an economics that doesn't work if you don't build density, because you need a price point, not for just residents, for businesses too. They have to have a low rent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our last person is on a Zoom call.
Correct, and I've just attempted to promote that person.
Okay. While you set that up, I just want to thank everyone for being respectful, and it's important for all of us to hear different points of view. So I hope we've all learned something so far. And when our speaker on the phone has finished, I will ask 3 times for anyone else who wants to speak. Hello, welcome.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed. I will try to rattle through this quickly because I think it's really important that people understand the kind of context to this local planning process. It is a bit complicated, so I'm going to do this in the spirit of public service. Most people don't know that work on the Ambleside LAP started almost 5 years ago. The background, the official community plan was completed in 2018. Planning and engagement for the Horseshoe Bay LAP followed. It was adopted in June 21. Work on the Ambleside LAP came next. In November, staff published the terms of reference. It was going to be a 2-year planning and engagement plan. When it came to council in December, Councillor Lambert tabled an amendment calling for an expedited, speeded up process. Remember, this is December 21. The council on a 4-3 vote directed staff to report back after completing the bulk of the planning within 12 months. A little bit unlikely. So because it's complicated, local area planning, redesigning that whole process meant it slowed down. It's supposed to encapsulate the whole community's vision for the future. The public engagement piece, which is the most important really, was going to be complicated. You have to do that in a couple of rounds usually. I know a little about this because I was on the district's community engagement committee, which reviewed various iterations of the public consultation plan from January 22. Remember, 22 was a municipal election year. There was a Canada-wide housing crisis, and for months, David Eby, then Housing Minister and Attorney General, had been saying he was prepared to invoke provincial paramountcy in local planning. So that means he was going to take powers away from municipalities, because we often hear this phrase, this expression, local government is a creature of the province in British Columbia. That's the sort of legal framework. I was a recovering journalist. In June 22, I wrote an op-ed for the Globe and Mail looking at these housing debates and taking West Van as a case study. I wrote about why West Van was missing its own housing targets as set out in the OCP, in its housing needs report, and council's own strategic plans. What I found is that some people in West Van rejected all of these targets. They insisted that we didn't have any obligation to anyone who didn't need or couldn't afford a single family home, that we owed nothing to people who needed to downsize, to the teachers, firefighters, and other workers who supported our community, and not even to our young people who wanted to escape the basement. So in case you don't know, West Van is expensive, property is expensive, and we have some of the highest rents in the whole country and the lowest vacancy rates. That means it's very hard to find a place to rent. So in 2022, for my piece, one councillor told me it was inevitable that the power to approve development will eventually be taken away from local governments. That's exactly what happened. Just a quick fast forward on some of the other key events. Bill 44 was passed in December 23. It removed those key municipal powers. July 24, the first provincial order came to West Van to approve the LAP, to actually meet its housing targets. And later that year, West Van was officially on the naughty list. Remember that? In March 25, the province appointed an advisor who spent 2 months looking at West Van's housing situation and actually left saying Ambleside LAP should increase density and it needed to be passed. May 25, with the whole process now years behind schedule, councillors rejected the latest staff plan. So, this was the LAP, all of this had happened, 50 meetings, more than 1,000 people consulted, and this plan was rejected. It was essentially in limbo. So fast forward to April 26, and the province actually does what it said it was going to do, which is by an order in council, a statutory instrument, a diktat from Victoria, as we know, the LAP was incorporated into the OCP.
That's your time, sir.
So very briefly, the reason I think it's important for everybody to understand this is that, of course, local planning should be for locally elected municipal government. It shouldn't be for the province. It shouldn't be for the feds. It shouldn't be for somebody far away. But there's a kind of a series of events which have meant that the province didn't feel that West Van was capable of doing that. This is we've kind of lost control as a consequence of things that have happened, actually predominantly in this council chamber.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, we have one more name on the list.
We have one more name who has just signed up.
Heather Mersey just signed up, yes.
Okay, Heather Mersey has just signed up, and after that, I will ask 3 more times if there are any other speakers, but I will remind you that it is 6:39 and we were supposed to have started our regular meeting 39 minutes ago. So I'm going to ask anyone else who speaks to stick very, very tightly and closely to the topic of the Ambleside Local Area Plan as amended, and only that topic, please.
Got it. My name is Heather Mersey. I'm with the Ambleside, Dunderave Residents Association. Wanted to thank Mayor and Council, Mayor recused, Acting Mayor Gambioli for the opportunity to speak tonight. So the Ambleside and Dunderave Residents Association has been a stakeholder and participated in a lot of the workshops around creating the LAP that came forward in May 2025. And when this came forward, ADRA was in touch with the board and had a number of concerns that we wanted to have addressed. And this was in the interest of the public better understanding a complex document. And so at that time, we requested 3D imaging. We asked that building heights be expressed in meters, feet. We wanted to clarify that any changes going into the OCP, the impact it would have on public hearings. As we all know, I think that, or maybe we don't, some of the larger sites that would be rezoned, if it goes into the OCP, there would be no public hearing as part of the provincial housing legislation. And that was a great concern. We also had some areas related to the Masonic Hall, which is a community use zone site. And we asked that that be assessed by the district in terms of future populations are overused public facilities, and if we should maintain that site for community use. That was a concern. We were also concerned with the density swap allowed to do with the Arts Center, and we would like to back up and ask that the district hold a referendum to see if in fact there is a desire by residents to have an art center before going forward. So those were a number of points that we were looking at. We've always encouraged residents to become involved in their community, and listening to the many people that spoke tonight, it was really quite touching that so many people have come out, and everybody, you know, their different views, but this is our community. So the next part of my my comments has to do with the rights of residents that has been taken away by the province, that they have come in top down, one size fits all approach and mandated the LAP from May 2025. And we think it's important to push back against this authoritative measure. ADRA has written to the Minister of Housing expressing our sentiments over the action on the LAP. We are also part of a recently formed province-wide neighborhood association that represents thousands of people in British Columbia. And they share the same concern of this override by the province and taking the right of local people to create a plan for their neighborhoods and their community. We support and encourage mayor and council to go ahead with the judicial review as was initiated by View Royale. And this would be with regards to the provincial housing legislation, and there is a chance that if there is a judicial review, that what has happened could be considered unconstitutional. In closing, I'd like to recognize that Ambleside is indeed a unique and valued seaside village, that it deserves a plan shaped by its residents, one that protects its character and supports its independent businesses. We all must work together to make certain local voices are never silenced by government at any level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have another new name on the list, Maggie Leung, Leung.
Sorry, could you repeat the name again? Go ahead. Yes.
First name Maggie.
Maggie.
Yes.
Maggie Leung.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
thank
make
you,
it short
Maggie.
and sweet.
Oh, that's
Okay?
fantastic. Thank you.
So everybody can go home and have dinner. Okay, I came here 40 years ago from Hong Kong on my free will. 20 years ago, I moved to West Vancouver on my free will. Today, the government told me that I don't have the choice anymore. I think this is the thing I personally very against, okay? From first, when we acquire our home, it should be owner occupied, and then the provincial government told us that we have to open it to rental. All this decision, personally, coming from where I came from, I find it very hard to sort of stomach. So I love Ambleside. I lived here for 20 years, and we love the seawalk, we love the ambience, and I appreciate the people before me who have built such a beautiful community. So to conclude, I just say that people build a beautiful place. We want to maintain it, okay? Instead of saying no, I understand all the economy. We have relatives that have children that have to move out from West Van because there's more newer development in North Van and they like that area. Sometimes it's not by choice. If today we say West Van redeveloped, will people move back? One question, with all this traffic going on, second narrow, I used to work in Burnaby. and I commuted for 20 years before I retired. So all these things, what is attractive to West Van? People want to commute and come back and forth to work, and I did it for 20 years between Burnaby and here. Are we taking it away? When we provide more residential area, can we bring the kids back? Can we bring all the art in? There's a question that is debatable. That's what I hear from everybody. Everybody loves Ambleside, but how to make it happen, to make it economically viable? So instead of saying no, can we bring the provincial government and say, don't do it heavy-handed on us. Give us the choice. We will do it. We'll do our work. Okay. I would like to conclude my little own comment. I really appreciate the opportunity here to speak up, to speak for myself. Okay. And I can't say I speak for the community, but I can hear everybody loves Ambleside, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I am going to ask 3 times whether there is anyone else who wants to speak. That's once. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? And 3rd time, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Hearing no more people wanting to speak, I would ask please for a recommendation to close this public hearing from my colleagues. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Watt. And all those in favor? And anyone against? No? Okay, well, that is carried. So this public hearing is closed. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And we will start our regular meeting in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Did not. No.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much. And if we may, we'd like to get on with our normal council meeting. And Councillor Gambioli, thanks for the able chairing of the meeting. Thanks very much. Sorry, time to begin. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and like to call for an approval of the agenda, please. And I believe Councillor Thompson wishes to add.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to approve the agenda with the addition of Ambleside Center Local Area Plan. And would we put that into new business? Okay.
Just because I'm going to have to not participate in that. Could we add that after item 15? In that way.
Can you explain what that topic is about?
How so?
Well, if you want us to vote to add it to the agenda, I'd like to know what we're going to be talking about, because I haven't heard anything about it.
Okay, I'm happy to do that. We just concluded a public hearing that reinforced a lot of my understanding of the direction we were going in before the province overruled us and made us approve the latest LAP. And I would like to demonstrate, I have the confidence and I'd like to demonstrate to the province that we have good support from the community. And I'm thinking we have the general support or majority support from council to go ahead and take our LAP that we discussed tonight to third reading. And technically, the province has to give final approval for that. But I think it's worth us to demonstrate that the time we took to make sure we got this LAP right in an area where most of us felt comfortable with is a really important step to go in. And yeah, that's the premise of it. We can debate it more over the.
Thank you. Could I just ask our corporate officer the procedure on that?
For items added to
I'm
the
just
agenda?
thinking about whether or not a motion should be added, like a draft resolution.
I have one.
You have it?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's fine. You've got a motion. All right. I'll need a seconder for that.
Sorry, Mayor Sanger, we just have one additional item for item 11 regarding the Econ Board of Directors appointment.
Oh, yes.
So
We
there'll be
have to add
two
that.
amendments.
Thank you.
And add that
Item
as well.
11. Well, it is on the agenda. Oh, it was an additional item from the original.
That's
Yes, if we could please add number 11, item 11, please.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder to second it? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Contrary, with Councillor Gambioli and Councillor Cassidy, contrary. Motion is passed. Sorry, Councillor Snyder, you're.
I just have a question about item number 5, the pay parking. And I know that it's the discussion in regards to the 6-month implementation update. But for anything else to be added as a motion, does it have to be added at the no, because it's already on it. Thank you. And just actually before I'll go allow you to call.
Sorry?
I'll allow you to call the question on the agenda
question's
if
been
you like.
called. Okay, sorry, but I've got, no, Councillor Gambioli, your microphone's still on. Sorry, Councillor Snyder. Sorry, we're going to move to the next item. Did you? Sorry.
Begin if that's okay.
Oh, well, we've begun, but.
Well, okay, I'd like to add this, and it's actually in regards to yourself. I'd just like to congratulate you on behalf of your election last Thursday as a trustee for the Municipal Finance Authority of BC. For those of you that don't know, the MFA plays a really key role in pooling municipal borrowing and investments across British Columbia, helping communities access low-cost financing for infrastructure improvements across the province. It's an important responsibility, and your election reflects obviously the respect of your colleagues in Metro and across Metro. And we're very proud, I think, to be able to have a seat and represented on that table. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, Councillor Snyder. It is
I'm very honored to be, to have this position. I'm going to find it really quite fascinating. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
So I just had a question of Councillor Thompson and why we're taking this third reading based upon the reading of the room. As I wrote down all the people pro and con, basically I had 3 pro and everybody else con. So did we misread the room? You said based on the reading of the room, you'd like to take this to third reading. I read the room totally and utterly differently from you, which is, and I have all the names of the people who were opposed.
Your interpretation, yes.
Okay.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. That'll have to be debated when it comes up on the
All right.
agenda. I apologize. Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Sorry. Item number 3. Now, I know this was going to be a phone in, and I know this gentleman was speaking earlier or no, he's speaking at 7 o'clock at the District of North Vancouver. So I think we've missed
He
him.
is still on the line, but you're right, he's got an engagement in 3 minutes.
Yeah,
elsewhere.
that's not fair. So we'll have to reschedule them for a future meeting. This is just in regards to the CN rail and what is happening there. And it's really quite fascinating, but yeah, we could communicate with him if he could come. But I know he's starting at 7 o'clock in the District of North Van. Yeah, if we could maybe send a message to him and ask him, we could add him later. And with that, we'll move to item number 4, the annual report from the Youth Driven Committee, an update on BC Youth Week. And I think we have some young people here maybe who are going to address council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. There are many opportunities for youth to get involved in West Vancouver, and our various youth committees are one of the way for youth to do that. I'm very pleased to be here this evening with Jason, Alex, Hyun, Mandy, and Terry, who are representatives from each of our 3 active committees. Our youth committees have done a lot of great work over this past year, and I'm just going to let the folks who've done the great work to share what's been going on.
Thanks very much. Thank you for joining us.
It's not on. How do I get the PowerPoint on the large screen?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Zhang. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a grade 12 student at Sentinel Secondary School.
My name is Alex. I use he, him pronouns as well, and I'm a grade 11 student at Mulgrave School.
We're proud to represent the Intergenerational Youth Committee. The IYC is a youth-led program that works through the Seniors Activity Center and plans for intergenerational activities, aiming to strengthen the gap between generations and provide opportunities for the sharing of knowledge and experience. The IYC's main goal is to build meaningful connections between youth and seniors in West Vancouver through shared experiences, events, and community initiatives.
This year, we've organized several events. We started off the year by supporting the Senior Activity Center's Feed the Need program by taking part in the traditional holiday market, where we sold origamis, handmade cards, raffle tickets, and many more. We have also hosted the Speed Combos event, and just last week, the Intergenerational Lawn Games, which involved playing games such as croquet and corn in a hole in the afternoon.
We still have a few more events planned for the rest of the school year, including more activities that bring youth and seniors together, like a collaborative art project with an international billet workshops this spring and summer. IYC is important to us because it creates opportunities for young people and seniors to learn from one another, build real relationships, and make our community feel more connected and inclusive.
Before joining the committee, I was aware of this term intergenerational and its importance, but the committee has given me a chance to experience this firsthand through planning and partaking in these events. For example, at the Speed Convos event, it made me realize just how meaningful these intergenerational connections were, even though it took just 10 minutes of my day for each conversation. And not only had it benefited me, I could see that it had made a real difference towards the seniors. All in all, the IOC has provided me with invaluable opportunities to make a difference in how connected people felt within the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Are there some closing comments? Oh, sorry, we've got another speaker. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening. My name is Hyun. I'm an 11th grader at Sentinel Secondary School, and I'm a member of the Whatever Committee. We're a 2S LGBTQIA+ and allied youth group based out of Park Royal, and our committee provides a safe space that helps plan and support inclusive community events, offer volunteer opportunities and resources for youth, and engage in meaningful discussions as well as participate in active outdoor rec activities. Before joining the Whatever Committee, I didn't feel very connected to the queer community, but since becoming involved, I've had the opportunity to meet people from a wide range of backgrounds and experiences. Through these connections, I've gained a deeper and more genuine understanding of the communities I'm part of, as well as the greater community that surrounds me. Since joining, I've had the chance to participate in so many different events across youth hubs in the North Shore this past year. One example is the Pride Plunge at West Van Rec Center. Another highlight was the Pride Pajama Party, which included activities like gymnastics and karaoke. And I think this event was one of the biggest ones out of the events that we hold. And it meant a lot to me to bring close friends along, including someone who had just recently joined my school. And in fact, my first ever event down at the Youth Hub was actually that same pajama party the year prior. So being able to return and introduce a new student to the space and the committee felt like a very full circle moment for me. We also did a trip to Queer Prom, where I reconnected with some friends I don't often get to see, build new connections with youth from other schools and communities, and people I likely wouldn't have met otherwise. Looking ahead, we have several upcoming events. The Whatever Committee is organizing an outdoor rec activity this summer, including going canoeing at Deep Cove, as well as we're throwing a drag event for Youth Week called Slay Your Dragon in early May. And I really enjoyed the drag night last year. The energy and the genuine self-expression from everyone left a big impression on me, as well as we had the opportunity to talk to performers from here in Vancouver. And I'm really grateful to have been able to plan this event and hopefully create that experience for other youth. And overall, being in this community and participating in these events has given me just an endless amount of support, resources, and opportunities. It's connected me to programs I never would have heard of otherwise, and it's introduced me to people who continue to be part of my life, and most importantly, has introduced me to a community of people who share similar experiences. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And we just have one more group speaking.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Andy Zahn. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a grade 10 student at West Vancouver Secondary School. The West Vancouver Youth Advisory Committee, or YAC, was founded in 1995. Our members consist of students in grade 8s through 12, and we focus on local youth issues and initiatives by assisting with policy, program, and event developments that relate to adolescents. This year, we have successfully organized a multitude of different projects focusing on aspects from mental health to community funding. Working with the youth services team, YAC promoted and hosted the annual holiday dinner event for youth, their families, and community partners, fostering a stronger sense of community spirit and connection. Later on in the year, in collaboration with the Rotary Club of West Vancouver Sunrise, YAC hosted a youth wellness conference called Tools for Tomorrow. Through guided interactive activities and conversations, a panel discussion, and other engaging youth-led games, the event fostered a deeper understanding about mental wellness whilst establishing a sense of support and safety among youth participants. This year, YAC also has taken part in reviewing and adjudicating youth grant applications received by the Local to Global Youth Initiatives Fund and provided recommendations to the Community Grants Committee. Additionally, all aspects of the upcoming Youth Council and Youth Appreciation Awards event for the BC Youth Week has been planned out by the Youth Advisory Committee. YAC is important to me because of the opportunity it provides to create meaningful change. As part of the committee, I get to tackle real-world problems, such as a lack of information and confidence in mental well-being or the toll climate change takes on my peers. And I get to see their eyes light up as they gain new understanding and confidence through our efforts. To me, YAC is as much a learning experience as it is a teaching experience. You get to meet other like-minded individuals who are passionate about improving their community and the world. The Youth Advisory Committee is important to me because it is a platform where our ideas can take shape and be brought to life in the real world.
Sir.
Hello, my name is Terry Im and I use he, him pronouns. I'm in grade 11 at Rogers Secondary School. YC is important to me because of the different events that we take part in. One event that was particularly important to me was the Youth Mental Health Wellness Conference, which we helped host and organize. It was particularly impactful for me to have the opportunity to spread awareness about a cause that I strongly believed in to a bunch of youth in my local community. Today, I will be sharing about the different Youth Week events that the district will be celebrating. First is the preteen spring barbecue on May 1st, 2026 from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Youth Lounge. Youth are invited to join the district's youth services team for a free barbecue and all the fun games and activities at the West Van Community Center's Youth Lounge. Youth can bring their friends, enjoy hot dog and other treats, enter the door prize draw, and spend a lively afternoon socializing with their peers. Second is the Youth Rec Night on May 1st, 2026 from 6 to 10 p.m. at the West Vancouver Civic Site. The district's youth services team, in partnership with the aquatics and gymnastics teams, will host a variety of free recreation opportunities for youth. The evening begins with a free barbecue in the youth lounge and then free access to the aquatic center, the fitness center, gymnastics, basketball in the sports gym, and more. It will also include a Youth Week door prize draw at the end of the night for a chance to win fun prizes. Next is the Youth Council meeting happening on May 5th, 2026 from 6 to 7 p.m. here at the Municipal Hall. YAC members, mayor and council, interested family and friends, and staff are invited to the annual Youth Council meeting. YSC members will prepare and deliver a mock council meeting and address a topic of importance to West Vancouver youth, followed by an opportunity for mayor and council to ask questions and provide feedback and comments at the end of the meeting. Happening right after that is the Youth Appreciation Awards reception from 7 to 8:15 p.m., also here at the Municipal Hall. Celebrated each year in conjunction with BC Youth Week, the event recognizes exceptional youth who exemplify a strong commitment to giving back to their local and global communities. Youth Award recipients, mayor and council, and family and friends are invited to join staff at Municipal Hall to celebrate the youth's outstanding achievements. Certificates are awarded under 3 categories: youth recognition, community enhancement, and outstanding youth team. Staff are proud to celebrate these local youth and their significant achievements through this program each year. Next, the Whatever Youth Committee covered the Slay Your Dragon event, so I will skip that. Next is the karaoke and open mic night happening on May 22nd, 2026 from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Youth Hub. Youth are invited to showcase their musical talents or singing at the karaoke and open mic night. All skill levels are welcome. The Intergenerational Youth Committee covered the Intro to Billiards workshop, so we will also move on. Finally is the grade 6 and 7 dance happening on May 29th, 2026 from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Glen Eagles Community Center. Youth are invited to dance to their favorite tunes and enjoy this popular event. These preteen dances are safe, fun, and supervised. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I have to share with you how grateful I am to all of you who participate, and particularly on the Youth Advisory Committee, because I remember 31 years ago when my then council set up the first youth council. And the youth all sat here and we sat out there. And it's really great to see 31 years later, you're still doing it. And we all learn. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, could I ask you for a motion, please?
Yes, I'd be honored to. And I too really appreciate the efforts you make from year to year to stay connected and get informed in our community. The various exercises you do around approving grants and setting up engagements that are meaningful to youth is always insightful. It seems every year when you meet for the first time and you talk about what's facing you this year, every once in a while I just get a little surprised, even though we hear a lot of the same things year after year. Also, you seem to retain a lot of your youth as they start from 8 to 12. It's really great to see the youth grow each year and take on more leadership roles. And I love to hear the stories about all you've learned and how it's impacted you. So thank you. I look forward to the Youth Council as well. And with that, I'll recommend that April 9th, 2026 report from the Youth Service Manager and annual report from youth-driven committees and update on BC Youth Week be received for information with gratitude.
Thank you. Councillor Gambiola, please.
Yes, I will second that. And I will just add that I thought while you were speaking of the Intergenerational Youth Committee, that my understanding is we need help for seniors to sign up for the pay parking program. So maybe that can be a special project for you guys. That's my recommendation.
Oh, touche. Great point. Your mic is on. Did you have a final comment or?
No, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the youth for listening, and yeah, we're happy to share all the great work that they've done.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for coming to the meeting this evening. We've got a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Thank you. And on to one of the council's favorite subjects, pay parking. And I believe we have a presentation. Ms. Mahler, or is it? Not sure who is making the presentation, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is my microphone on? It
Yes,
is
you are.
now.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Emily Willoughby, Senior Manager of Engineering Services, and I'm here tonight with Stephen Liu, Staff Lead of the Pay Parking Programs. Stephen will be presenting a 6-month update on the implementation of the Pay Parking Program in Ambleside Park tonight.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Thanks for being here this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen, and I'm here to presenting the Ambleside 6 months implementation update for the Pay Parking Program. And I'll start with a brief overview of the program and what we've heard from the committee over the past 6 months. Then I'll walk through the parking behavior and the program's revenue performance. I was not sharing. Sorry.
It's not sharing. We have learned. Thank you for your help with that.
So the initial implementation of pay parking at Ambleside Park began on September 15th, following Council's July 7, 2025 decision to implement pay parking throughout Ambleside Park, excluding area where a Squamish Nation is a rights holder. Ambleside Park is a high demand destination park that attracts regional visitors and tourists who do not contribute to the district's tax base that supports park and community services. In response, the district expanding the pay parking program to improve service levels, fund and offset the costs for park maintenance and operations, and collect operational data to guide future planning. Pay parking was implemented across 5 park sections between 13th Street and Pound Road. At launch, the program conditions were consistent with those at other destination parks. Operating hours were 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and the hourly rate was $5.08, including tax, and no physical pay station was installed. As with any municipal services, providing free public parking carries a cost. In practice, those costs are subsidized through general taxation and other revenues, regardless of usage. This 6 months update serves as an early performance check on the program. It provides an overview of implementation, summaries what we has been heard from the community, and present the initial findings from the first 6 months of operations. So as we can see on the screen, what we've heard to date, council and staff have received multiple feedbacks from community, and this is a brief overview of what we heard from the community. It is hard to sum up in one slide, so we have reviewed the submission to date and pulled some more common themes, which are listed here. So some more of the frequent themes are concerns about spillover parking and comments about parking enforcement on street near the park, concern about affordability and financial impacts affecting access to the park, concern about fairness, numerous requests for exemptions, and numerous suggestions and ideas for a rate structure. We also have a summary of the stakeholder roundtable that was held on March 31st in the Appendix B in the report. So due to the feedback we received over the past 6 months, Council has directed staff to provide updates in the past 6 months, and the program has gone through multiple changes. Here's examples that what we have changed. The biggest one is the Council has approved to lower the rate from $5.08, including tax per hour, to $2.50. And this reduction in rate has provided some relief for the park users to provide more affordable parking rate options. And as well as we install 4 physical pay stations throughout the park that will allow people have multiple different options to pay. And our bylaw team also has increased the patrol in adjacent business and residential area to ensure the compliance of parking restrictions. There are also 2 street and traffic enforcement officers being added to the budget for 2026. So this will allow the bylaw team to have a dedicated officer in the summer to enforce parking restriction in the district. We also received some feedback regarding the signage, and we have changed the signage to a smaller signs at the tennis court. And we'll also added some more signs inside the park to inform the public for the changes to the paid parking program in the park. And we're also looking at adding more signs in the summer to anticipate, because it's going to be busy in the summer. So we're adding some more gentle reminder signs in the park. And we also provided exemption for volunteers supporting district-led activities and programs. We also extended the exemption to West Vancouver School District staff when they're performing duty at the park. And Council also approved a $20 community partner pass, and that will allow the non-for-profit sport user groups to allow their volunteer to have an affordable way to pay for parking. And we also hear a lot about spillover parking concerns. And staff has also started a on-street parking count study to understand the parking behavior in the adjacent area, including commercial and residential, which will allow staff to understand and inform future changes. And here on the screen, I'm showing some the parking rate for following the adjustments. So currently, West Vancouver residents are having access to the park, still offering the $0 annual pass, and they're registering once every year. And every time when it will expire at the 1-year point, and you will have to renew it because of people move or they having different changes. So we have an expiry date for them to set up. For non-residents, currently is $2.50 per hour in Ambleside Park. And this started in November 1st, 2025. And we're looking to extend it following Council's direction in February. And all other parks are $5.08 per hour. And we also have some exemption made that is including accessible parking placards and veterans or memorial cross license plates and district volunteer supporting district work. And we also have other accommodations and passes. West Vancouver school teachers, coaches, and national team athletes are accommodated, and the community partner pass, as mentioned earlier. And I'm now showing on the screen is the parking count fines. So this showed from 2019 to 2025 November and 2026 March, the commercial area specifically on Bellevue Avenue from 13th to 15th Street. We can see the parking utilization consistently high for 86% to 100% utilization in D Street. In the parking industry, the more comfortable percentage is about 85%. So this is already exceeded the 85%. So it will always be difficult for people to find parking in the commercial area. This is since before the pay parking has been implemented in the park. But as well, we can also see the average dwell time in the park is consistent. In 2019, 81% of them stay less than an hour. And in November 2025 or March 2026, 90% of them stay less than 2 hours, which is the current on-street regulations. And we also find from the payment transactions in the park, this is only the paid transaction, so not including any exemptions we made or any parking passes that the resident pass or community partner pass. So we can see average is about 90 minutes, 90-minute stay across the park. And if we break down to different zones, the area near sports fields about 100, and the average stay is 108 minutes, and 48% of the transactions are over 2 hours, which is consistent with the sports use. And elsewhere in the park, it's about 90 minutes, and only 32% are over 2 hours. And this is during the winter that people typically stay shorter time. And if we're looking at the chart, InPark has provided some baseline data for us to understand the parking behavior. We can see from the chart that the column shows the entry per hour of the day. This is a summary of how many parking transactions in the past 6 months. And we can see the peak time is around noon from 12 to 2 p.m. And in the early morning from 7 a.m., that is the longest stay time, so around 2 hours. And then the average stay comes down to 1.5 hours. And speaking about residential parking pass, there is a huge spike following the Ambleside implementation. So in 2024, September, there's only 61 parking passes issued. And in 2025, following the implementation, we got 3,800 passes issued. So that's a 6,000% increase. And the total variance between year over year is about 7,000 passes. And from what the data we have right now, ICBC shows approximately 25,000 vehicles, personal vehicle registered in West Vancouver, and we InPark totally issued about 10,000 passes, so that's about 40%. So 40% of the vehicles, of the residents' vehicles are registered into park in our parks. And I'm showing the revenue projection and actual. So the original projection is about $595,000. And since we have reduced the rate to $2.50, the revised projection is $294,000. And net revenue until March 2026 is $130,000. And this is about 44% of the annual projection revenue. And Ambleside accounted for 27% of the destination park revenue in the initial phase, and roughly about 62% of the increase in total paid parking revenue across all 6 parks compare the same period, so year over year. So we conclude Ambleside is on track to meet or exceed projections. Despite the lower winter demand and lower hourly rate, revenue performance appears to be resilient. And this chart is just showing a revenue trends comparison with 2 of the busiest destination park in the district. We can see that it drops down to the lowest point in December, which is the coldest months, and then it starts picking back up in March. And we can see even Ambleside has been reduced to $2.50, so which is half the rate than others. The revenue is still higher than White Cliff Park. So that is the recommendation from staff to the council to consider.
Thanks very much. Any further comments? Any questions from members of council?
I'll just wrap up this presentation to point out that something that would be quite critical tonight for council's approval is the proposed amendment to the fees and charges bylaw, which would formally establish the $2.50 an hour to continue beyond May 31st. So that's item 2 in the recommendation is first, second, and third reading for that bylaw amendment that would formally adopt that rate change that's been in place from council's direction since February.
Thanks very much. And somewhere I recall hearing that the plan was to do another analysis at the beginning of May. Is
Absolutely. So the recommendation here, in addition to formalizing that bylaw amendment to continue the $2.50 an hour beyond May 31st, is that staff would continue to monitor and collect data through the summer season, which we all know is a season of higher park use across the district, and report back to council with an additional progress update. So that means continuing to extend the parking count program that's been started prior to the expansion of pay parking to Ambleside Park. Their next set of data collection is set to take place in May to continue to collect that on-street parking data and measure those trends and neighborhood impacts. And so that's here in point 3 of the staff recommendation, is to continue to collect that data, the neighborhood impacts and the performance of the program, including revenue generation throughout the summer months. The other piece of the recommendation here is an extension of the stakeholder roundtable that was held at the end of March, where we got some really valuable feedback and input from community stakeholders that activate programming in the park, that have a vested interest in Ambleside Park. And the recommendation here is that staff continue discussions with those stakeholder groups to continue to collect feedback on options to further refine that program for Ambleside Park. And then we can bring that feedback to council for future direction, for example, on a rate structure going into the next seasons.
Thanks very much. I will look for direction from members of council. Could I trouble you though, just to go back to the parking utilization on Bellevue? Because we hear a lot from the business community, and I have real sympathy with this. If one was to just look at these numbers, you would say the conclusion would be the parking utilization is effectively the same now as it was in 2019 with studies back then. I think that the challenge is the parking is full, but who is it full with? And if you're a small business owner on Bellevue and you're looking out at your parking in front of your store, and you see people getting out with their tennis rackets or with their picnic gear, it's different than looking out at somebody who might be coming into their store. And I think that's the frustration that I think council should consider. Thank you. The first is Councillor Snyder.
Just a couple of questions, sort of extending on Mayor Sager's comment. This is just for Bellevue. Is there similar statistics for the area between 13th and 15th Street on Marine Drive?
Through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, absolutely. The parking count study area associated with this Ambleside Park implementation extends from 19th Street and up to, I believe it's Esquimalt on the north boundary, and then as far east as Keith Road as it goes north of the park in the residential area. So it's quite a big catchment area that we're collecting on-street parking data. These 2 blocks of Bellevue are featured on this slide because they are the most closely adjacent to Ambleside Park and have been part of the public dialogue and an area of the highest concern from the business community near the park. But you're right, we do see consistently high parking utilization in this high demand area, a lot of amenities and services in that area drawing people and their vehicles, both before and after the implementation of pay parking, but also a fairly high degree of compliance with on-street posted time limits, which in most cases in that corridor for on-street are about 2 hours.
Thank you. And also, have you seen the proposal from the ADBIA, the Ambleside Dunder Ave Business Improvement Association?
Staff have seen a copy of the proposal from the Ambleside Dunder Ave Business Association.
Do you have any comments on that?
I think there's a few suggestions for improvements to the program or adjustments to the program. I mean, we can comment on this. We have shared the data that the district has collected through the parking count program with the ADBIA on several occasions, and are happy to continue to share that data with the ADBIA as it becomes available. And so the suggestion is to take a step back from this program and do a more comprehensive parking count and parking data collection initiative. I think we just have to look a bit more closely at what that might entail. and how we would avoid duplication of efforts with our ongoing parking count program. And then, of course, there's a few other recommendations in that suggestion that I think I would leave to council for consideration and their feedback on.
Okay, I'm going to turn to members of council for questions. Councillor Watt.
Thank you for the presentation. So we keep hearing from businesses that they see people parking in front of their business, leaving with their picnic basket or sports gear and going to the park. So has there been any effort to measure whether these people, after they're finished in the park, are actually shopping in businesses? Because you will often see families after a sports event go into a local restaurant or a cafe. So I'm just wondering if there's an attempt to measure that, or is there an understanding as to whether people that actually use the park after they watch the sports, whether they then go in and look at businesses, or are we only looking at the one side where people are seen leaving their cars and heading to the park?
Through the mayor to Councillor Watt, it's quite challenging to monitor the detailed behavior of humans after they park their vehicle somewhere.
That's what I thought.
Quite challenging. The parking regulations in this area have a variety of time lengths. There's some short-term 15-minute drop-off zones. There's some 1 hour, 2 hour parking zones with the shorter time limits tending to be closer to higher demand areas in order to encourage turnover in those areas. So for example, in the commercial zone, we have 2 hour parking limits for the most part. In the park area, a little bit further away from businesses, we have longer time limits that allow people to stay longer, enjoy the park along Argyle Avenue, for example, and John Lawson Park. And there are many areas of Ambleside Park that have no time limits to allow people to spend the whole day enjoying the many amenities available there. To that question, you know, we don't necessarily measure who's stopping for a coffee before they go or after they go to a park. It's also very hard for us to measure who leaves the beach to go grab a snack and come back to the beach. So yeah, quite challenging to do that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Gambioli, please.
Sorry, I almost forgot my question, but good thing I wrote it down. So my question revolves around enforcement. I know that that's not specifically your department, but we have some concerns within the business community about enforcement. Where are we at with bylaws focusing on enforcement in the business area? Can anybody?
I think we should turn that over to our municipal manager, because we are in the recruitment process for people specifically aimed at that.
No, thank you. You know, I'm not running away from this question. I'm just going to defer it to the direct supervisor of bylaws, and then I'll jump in after if she requires any further updates.
Ms. Dallas.
Over to you, Ms. Dallas.
Over to you.
In the hot seat for sure. All I can say right now is we are actively recruiting for 2 street use and parking officers. So we've changed the classification of 2 of our existing positions to be specific for street use and parking enforcement, not just in the business areas, but throughout the district. We are having some challenges with recruitment. And so the posting is active. So if you know of anyone, point them in our direction. But with our existing staff complement, we do prioritize enforcement in the business area as well. It may not seem like we're actively there at all times. We are doing our best with the resources we have. We do have some staffing challenges at the moment. So yeah, happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Dallas. Thank you. Councillor Snyder, you're.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just sort of, I had a few more comments and questions, and I'm not sure who to direct them to. One of the considerations is potentially pausing the program for a certain period of time to try and obtain the appropriate information that we need to make the right decisions moving forward. I'm going to be the first to admit, and I suggest we probably would all agree that the rollout of the paid parking at Ambleside has probably come across as a little clumsy. We've come up with some Band-Aid solutions along the way because we've heard from the community. And I give staff credit for taking those steps. And I think that we're heading in the right direction. The one voice that we're still hearing quite loudly from is some of the local businesses, which we have a responsibility to, as well as our residents. So I guess it's a real challenge to try and determine or assess exactly how much spillover effect there is from those choosing not to park in Ambleside and choosing to park in the free parking area otherwise, as opposed to, not knowing, because we can take a look at these studies and they say, 86 to 100% of that, but determining whether or not that is now further, is it a further issue because of the paid parking in Ambleside? I don't think it's, unfair to assume that there are some parking for free in our areas that affect the local businesses. So to try and, I guess there's a couple of questions that I have. One of them is, how do we go about determining exactly the impact that that's having on the businesses? I mean, it's very difficult. We can't get the numbers from the businesses and say, okay, show us your numbers now. We're going to pause paid parking and then show us your numbers 2 months from now to determine whether or not that really is an impact or not. So what are your thoughts on how we can go about to actually assess that? Because I mean, there's the option, do you pause paid parking? Well, then the question is, like Ms. Mueller has told me separately, that you don't have the answers that we're potentially going to be gaining on May 7th and 9th during a further study sort of thing. So I guess that's my first question.
Through the mayor to Councillor Snyder, I'll start. I'll start with an answer, and then I might hand it over to Stephen to kind of fill in a little bit more the implications and what it would take to temporarily pause the program in Ambleside Park. But my first part of the response is we would have to, there would be a bylaw amendment required. So we would have to remove the fees for paid parking in Ambleside Park. So that's at least 2 council meetings to provide for second and third reading of a bylaw amendment as prepared by staff. And then we would have to work with MPark, the paid parking operator, on the logistics and operational realities of implementing that direction. So Stephen,
just before you pass it to Stephen, so is that also the same answer for either pausing the program or introducing a potential 2-hour free in Ambleside so that it's equal to Bellevue? Is that the same answer that I would get because it'd be the same requirements?
They would be different requirements.
But same timeline.
A different timeline. It would be a much more complex program adjustment to rework the program in Ambleside Park to accommodate 2 hours of free parking. So there would be a bylaw amendment. There would be a negotiation with MPark, the paid parking operator. There would be an adjustment to all of the signage that has been installed in Ambleside Park to reflect that information, and a communications plan. The way that 2 hours of free parking could work is that we would still ask people parking in Ambleside Park to register when they arrive and park, because that's how you measure the 2 hours for free. And I think that could be quite confusing for folks. So we would need to work back an education program and a launch program. And typically, as we've said in the past, a change in that scale would be a minimum 6 to 8 week work back with our contracted service provider. And that would be quite fast to make a change of that size. And we'd have to work through some of the decision-making pieces if that were to be council's direction. I think we could also expect that any change the district may continue to incur some costs associated with the program while it is not generating revenue. So whether those are contracted, those like operating costs such as insurance, things like that,
that the district would continue to incur while the revenue's not necessarily coming in. And then, of course, there's enforcement resources. In-Park is routinely enforcing the pay parking program in Ambleside Park. If that program were to go away, then we would have some questions about how that enforcement would continue to take place in Ambleside Park in the absence of in-park patrolling. So we'd still have, 3-hour time limits in a few areas. There's some things we'd have to work through operationally if that were to be council's direction, but we could receive that and report back on what that might look like.
Can I just ask on the concept of pausing? And I can see some value in doing the work that's currently set up for the first part of May. But if council was to pause it for 2 months from May 15th to July 15th, council has the ability to choose to enforce bylaws or not. Do we really have to go through a lengthy process? And perhaps this is a question for Ms. Dallas. Can council not simply just say, we're not enforcing that for a period of time?
By resolution, council could do that.
Yeah, I think that's the simplest
work around.
solution. And I'll be honest, I'd far rather work with our business community. And I'm grateful for their concept of doing a study together with the district. And we'd have then some real data we could compare. But I'll turn it over because I think that idea is not going to sit well with Councillor Cassidy, who's next up.
Know what I'm going to say?
I don't, but I'm going to guess.
So never guess. Thank you. So is there any possibility that we can adjust the parking along Bellevue, which is currently 2 hours, to 1 hour? So if you wanted to go into Da Vinci's or Jones Framing or grab a coffee at Crema or go to Graydon's for cheese or such, you have the time. You can pop from store to store. And if you really want to shop, those are stores that you can be in and out of, quite frankly, in an hour. Beautiful stores, great purchases, but you don't have to spend 2 hours there. So this has been proposed before by the ADBIA, and yet we have continued to keep it at 2 hours. So I'm curious as to why.
Through the mayor to Councillor Cassidy, we have had those conversations with the Ambleside Underwrite Business Improvement Association about some possible adjustments to on-street parking regulations to encourage greater turnover in the commercial area. Adjusting these 2 blocks from 2-hour parking to 1-hour parking was something that the district was open to doing and discussed. And I think where we last left it is that wasn't firmly supported by the business community in that corridor, particularly while we're still backfilling some enforcement capacity for the 1-hour regulations. And so at the time, I think it was maybe early March or February, the decision was with the ADBA, I suggested we should not move ahead with changes to 1 hour along that stretch at this time. So we've kind of left it there, and we're working on a few other suggestions with the ADBA for some strategic parking improvements in the zone, but that is not one that's moved ahead at this time.
So it's no longer a want of theirs to make it 1 hour.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, so I've gone into a number of businesses along that street, and their employees park along Bellevue or Argyle, and they park there all day. So have any of these businesses approached their employees and asked them where they park?
I think that's a question that would have to go to the ADBIA.
Well, that's a question, yes. Also, I've done this little survey of the Grosvenor, and I honestly didn't know that we had 3 floors of parking at the Grosvenor comprising 85 stalls, and that there was an elevator at the Grosvenor which will take you up to just outside the Aburi's store, so you don't have to walk all the way back up through ramps and such. And those stalls are virtually empty. At 5 o'clock on Saturday night, they were 3/4 empty, but the street was full. So there's just a few pointers. And by the way, I do support the businesses, but I more importantly support West Vancouver and the fact that we need the tax money. So my next thing is the genie is out of the bottle. So we're charging $2.50 for parking. Everywhere else in Vancouver, in their parks and on their beaches, is $4.25. So if I'm looking for a good beach to go to, I'm going to go to the one at $2.50. Thank you very much. Also, if I happen to live in Deep Cove, they're $3 an hour. So I'm going to go to Ambleside Park at $2.50 an hour. So in North Vancouver, there are no passes. If I want to go sailing at the Jericho Sailing Club, I'm going to pay $4.25 an hour versus $2.50 an hour in Ambleside. So the fact of the matter is, and I'm not lecturing you because I know it's your report and I know I sound like I'm lecturing you, and my children say the same thing to me. So that's just a trait, unfortunately, I was blessed with on the day I was born. But the genie is out of the bottle. So we are going to be attracting the hordes, whether we want them or whether we don't, whether we're free or whether we're $2.50. They're a coming. And you can just see it these days when you go down on those hot last few weekends. The crowds that were on that seawall, you could tell they did not live in West Vancouver. I'm just saying you can tell. And by the way, just to let you know, I've campaigned 3 times, and 90% of the people who've always been on those seawalls do not live in West Vancouver. You're wasting your breath if you're campaigning on the seawall, just for all future individuals. And the reason I could say that they're not from West Vancouver is the numbers that group together. It's not you and your buddy or you and your wife or you and your children. These are groups of 6 or 8 or 9. It's an outing for the day. You've come to West Van for an outing. So if we suspend this parking, they're still going to come and we're still going to have the problem. Only the West Vancouver taxpayer is not going to have the revenue, and we need the revenue. So I say we continue as is, and we figure out a problem, a way to resolve the situation along Bellevue, either by making the time shorter or giving the businesses passes to give to their businesses, or whatever, that we can increase the business along those streets, give them Bellevue and give them Argyle.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Thompson, please.
Well, I'd first like to say that I disagree with most of Councillor Cassidy's commentary on how people come to use and experience West Vancouver, including its residents. Just so we're clear, this is not across our entire council, this ideology. And I'm sorry I've missed it, if I've missed it, but what time will it take to get to a comprehensive paid parking program that includes our parks, our business district, and possibly out to Dunderave in a way that we lay it out in a complete comprehensive plan?
Through Councillor Thompson, through the Mayor to Councillor Thompson, we haven't explicitly looked into a comprehensive pay parking plan that includes commercial areas. We've not had direction to do that. It's my understanding that the city of North Vancouver, who has recently moved forward with some pretty comprehensive updates, both in their visitor centers and their commercial areas, took about 2 years to do a comprehensive study, including some public engagement, and then about a year to roll out that program in their municipality. So I would say a minimum 2-3 years to do so.
Okay. The one point I do agree with Councillor Cassidy on is that as we remain accessible through affordability or not charging, I do believe it attracts a lot more people to our parks and puts a lot more pressure that we can't sustain. But I find that running around just trying to find a solution here and a solution there, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I think we have a choice to either pause it until we have that comprehensive plan or status quo. It's just getting so confusing to the user groups. We're just doing cartwheels around trying to find the right policy. And at this rate, honestly, if you start adopting an hour free here or 2 hours free there, it just doesn't make sense to me to pursue. So I'm getting kind of tied up in knots about this, not knowing which way to go. But
But I essentially just believe we need to pause it till we have a comprehensive plan or status quo. And I'll just leave it for more debate.
Thank you. Councillor One, please.
Yeah, I agree with the other councillors that have suggested, well, the obvious that we need to sort out the street parking, but also my comments were clunky earlier. What I suppose I'm trying to say is we have evidence apparently, or businesses have seen people heading off into the park. But at the same token, we could turn that around and say, if there are people that are parking on our streets to use our park, they are still returning to their vehicles. And there is no way of measuring that. I mean, I put that out in a clunky manner, as I said, but it could be that we are also creating more customers for our businesses, people that who would not have come to Bellevue and Marine Drive had they just driven into the park where it was free. So I think there's many elements to look at this, and I don't know how we get the answers to it, but I do believe that we should stay the course and try to do a full year cycle to see what the numbers and the data shows.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
So, I mean, from everything I'm hearing, I mean, the one thing it does sound needs to happen is for us to try and at least start to gather the information that we need to determine is the study that's being proposed in early May. I think that's something that probably still needs to go ahead. I appreciate it. It's sort of the 7th and the 9th of May. And I've sort of, I can ask staff again, you know, as far as how long you think it would take to be able to report that stats back to us. I would, you know, I'm sort of inclined to want to pause the pay parking program as well, but not until we've gathered some information so that we know what we're working with.
Perhaps I'll respond to Councillor Snyder. So through the mayor to Councillor Snyder. So I believe you're referring to the data collection that Stephen spoke about that's tentatively scheduled for May 7th and May 9th. And so I think an important point that I just wanted to emphasize is we do have data for on-street parking utilization that was picked up in 2005 and then again in 2014, 2015, 2019, 2024, and 2025. And that data was all while there wasn't pay parking in Ambleside Park. So we have a pretty well-established data set showing trends for that utilization. And it hasn't changed a lot over that period of time. And that really might be, you know, because there hasn't been significant land use changes and those sorts of things. So while not an exact science, the trends are relatively consistent, and the trends show that there are areas such as the 1400 block Bellevue where utilization is higher than sort of industry standards would like. If you zoom out from that radius, there are areas where there is available on-street parking. And it may vary, you know, it may be tied to AM or PM peaks, but it isn't to say that the whole of the commercial area roadway is fully utilized with on-street parking all of the time. Now, keeping the program in place and proceeding with the data collection that Stephen has mentioned and you're alluding to will be the first data set that we'll be collecting while pay parking is in effect in Ambleside. And so while it's only one data set, it may have preliminary indications in terms of any changes to those historical trends that we've collected over the years in terms of on-street utilization. And so I think that, you know, while I can appreciate just pausing and zeroing the fees in Ambleside, if we want to understand how those having fees in place in Ambleside affect those adjacent commercial areas, then that's a great way to gain an initial understanding of those influencing or how it might be influencing pay parking. So some of what most of what we've heard, I think is largely anecdotal, but there's that consistent trend that certain areas of Ambleside utilization is really high a lot of the time. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. And I do appreciate there may be members of the public that have come this evening that wish to address council. I don't know if we have established a speakers list, but I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to add their input. Councillor Lambert?
Thank you, Mayor Sager. Well, I mean, I just want to sort of reiterate what Ms. Muller was saying is there haven't been any changes to historical trends on on-street parking usage. And that what I'm looking forward to is the data set that will either conform to that or show some variance. I'm not a big fan of anecdotal evidence that is going to move us in one direction or the other. And what we're really talking about here is paid parking in Ambleside and the spillover effect in the business district. That's what we're talking about. The other thing that we're talking about tonight isn't that. It's talking about parking management in the central business district, in the larger central business district. And that's a valid discussion to have, but for another time. I mean, I think the prudent thing to do is to carry on doing what we're doing, get the data set, and then take a look and see if that demonstrates any variance from those historic trends, and that indeed there is an impact, significant impact that's due to parking, to the paid parking in Ambleside. And that's the information. I think if we were doing this in any kind of a logical fashion, that's what we should do. If there's some evidence that would suggest a pause and a bigger rethink after that, that's something we could consider once we have that information. But I'm entirely supportive of the staff recommendations as they're put forward tonight. And I think it's the most prudent way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
I also think that what we should do is assertively look at other forms of enforcement as far as the parking restrictions and parking limits are in the business district, because we cannot use MPark to enforce fines in the district. We can do it in parks, but we can't do it on seemingly what I would call district lands. But there are alternatives that we can use, and I think we should work towards implementing those measures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Stephen, Emily, I'm going to ask you to move aside and let members of the public who may wish to address council do so.
Okay, the first few names on the speakers list for this item.
Just so I can gauge, how many do we have in total?
I think we have about a dozen. Or we did last time I checked.
Okay.
9, 10. Yeah, right around a dozen.
Thank you. I will ask everyone if they can, please, to keep your comments to 3 minutes if at all possible. And thank you, Mr. Chu.
So the first few names on the list are Vadim Mugerman, followed by Kirk Lapointe, and then last name Bretner. I'm guessing it's Mike Bretner.
Thank you.
Vadim Mugerman.
Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us. Oh, let's go with the one on the west side, the one that's lit up. No, I said west.
Is it on?
Yes. Yeah, that's on.
Good
Thank
evening.
you, sir.
My name is Vadim Mugerman. I will be speaking on behalf of Artisanal Farmers Market Society. It's a market that is held at Ambleside Park on Sundays. Just give you a quick explanation about farmers market. In a nutshell, yes, you go there to buy some bread, groceries, or fruits and vegetables. But in a sense, it's a lot more than this. It's a community hub, and I'll elaborate on this a little bit later. Again, the problem is what was discussed earlier, and it's the parking for vendors, the parking for customers, and the parking for the volunteers. like I said, the farmers market is more a community hub for families to go there on Sundays to spend time together, for neighbors or friends to meet up. They're not necessarily, and there are also families that are potentially local, potentially not, but they're there and they're meeting there. And yeah, so essentially if, and the farmers market is facing a lot of pressures from the outside. And eventually if we do lose the farmers market, it's not going to be just a loss of a place where we buy certain goods, but it's also a place where we're going to lose a place where members of the community can interact with each other in the summer, in the fall, because not community centers and recreational centers are great, but not everybody goes to recreational centers or community centers. Some people go and visit farmers market to shop and interact with farmers or with friends, and that's what it takes at stake for us as a farmers market. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick question, if I may. Do you track? Have you ever asked people where they come from? Because of course, if you're a West Van resident, you can now maybe find parking easier in Ambleside Park because it's free for those people. Does that help drive more West Van residents to the market?
So I think we do have the data. I don't know if the data is from last year or from the year before, but I think we do have volunteers that did collect the data from people who are shopping.
I think it'd be really interesting to know where the people that are using the market are coming from.
Yes, but most likely it will be either from the district, the city of North Van, or the district of North Van. So
thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, a question from Councillor Snyder, please.
My understanding is that the whole pay parking program, what have they done for the farmers market to try and accommodate the farmers market? My understanding they've
So I think at
quite a bit of accommodations.
Yeah, so there was some accommodation done. So I think at this point, the north side of the location for this year is allocated for the vendors, and the vendors can park there. However, and I'll allude to this, I think somebody mentioned here that it's hard for you to find to fill two positions for bylaw officers, which is a paid position. It's very difficult for us to find volunteers in West Vancouver. We run markets in Burnaby, and it's much easier to find people to volunteer there. To find people to volunteer in West Van, extremely difficult. Now, imagine if you're volunteering your time and then have to pay for parking at the same time. That's becomes very difficult.
We'll move on to the next speaker, but
Thank
reach out to the young people because there's a lot of great young people who wish to volunteer. Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Kirk Lapointe. I'm a resident of West Vancouver. I'm here tonight, I think, to echo what some councillors are saying and asking you to press pause on the pay parking plan. This is too important a program to fix on the fly, lacking the answers that we all need. It's frustrating and harming Ambleside businesses. It's leaving our farmers market vulnerable, confusing the user groups, penalizing and repelling visitors. And surely this isn't the West Vancouver our mayor and council want. The rationale for this program, particularly the haste in it, now that it's clear that there are problems, has been baffling. So I think it's worth asking, is it actually to raise revenue for general purposes, for parks, for culture, for the business villages? Is it to manage access to parks by dissuading people from coming to West Vancouver to shop, play, and spend time and dollars? Is it a step in a larger plan to blanket our shopping villages and residential streets with pay parking and not just term parking? And is it at all clear how much is actually being spent to study and enforce this system? On these and other questions, we just don't have answers yet. We don't have a clear accounting of contractor costs on studies and the like.
net projected revenue now that enforcement staff is being added, and where the money is going. So we don't know yet if it's actually worth the effort. The program had weak consultation, a roll-up that rolled back, and until a few weeks ago, not even a policy as a framework for something that had started in 2023. And an obvious problem now concerns the first summer of the scheme in busy Ambleside Park. Farmers market volunteers and workers, visiting athletes, coaches, their spectator families, among others, are going to be paying as they contribute to the community's summer culture. Many visitors are going to avoid the fee, of course, and park instead nearby in front of businesses on Bellevue and at times on Marine, impeding commerce. It's been happening for months, and warmer weather is bringing many more to Ambleside. I was there Sunday afternoon for a taste of what is to come. Now, if this were a serious revenue proposition to ease the burden on property owners, everyone would be paying. But West Vancouverites are exempt, and the district is foregoing a 7-figure sum in doing so. So it needs to study whether this is actually worth the sacrifice. This exemption for residents on pay parking makes it far more difficult to turn to it as a major source of funds, particularly if it isn't vigorously enforcing term parking on streets, and that comes at a great cost. So it feels more like an effort to keep people away. It's kind of a welcome mat of banana peels. It's strange that this district might wish to perpetuate the program so it can study how severely it's damaging businesses. You've heard from them about the harm. It's cruel to study their pain. It's time to pause, reflect, seek the community's input as a foundation and not as improvisation, and try to find a system that will enjoy much broader support of those who enjoy West Vancouver. Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. Councillor Gambioli.
I had a question thinking just about the farmer's market speaker beforehand. Don't we have an option for volunteers already that are sort of exempt? Wouldn't that
Thank you,
fall
Mr. Lapointe. We're going to move to the next
category?
speaker. Thank you.
Thank you through to Councillor Gambioli. Staff have been working very closely with the farmers market as late as last week. And to my knowledge, this is the first time we're hearing about a volunteer challenge. So we can take that away and respond.
Thank you. Could I have the next speaker, please?
Mike Bretner, followed by Victoria Mendes.
Thank you. Mr. Retner, how are you tonight?
I am really well.
And how are things at the yacht club?
Well, the sailing club.
The sailing club. Oh, gosh. I misspoke.
Things are excellent. We had a cleanup a week ago I'm going to speak about. We had our sail cast last weekend. And I just wanted to start out by saying, as I'm volunteering my time for the sailing club tonight. And I'm so happy that I didn't have to pay for parking to do so. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Bretner and I reside at 2720 Chesterfield Avenue in North Vancouver. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Hollyburn Sailing Club in West Vancouver at 1326 Argyle Avenue. Thank you for the time. I'm going to speak to paid parking at Ambleside Park and the impact of the Hollyburn Sailing Club that we've noticed so far and we think might happen. HSC has 31 weekend events this year open to members and any member of the public who wishes to join us. These events include racing and cruising. Cruising events might go over to the Jericho Sailing Center or sail to Sandy Cove. An event lasts from 4 to 8 hours, weather dependent. The average time is 5 to 6 hours from rigging the boats to de-rigging them and leaving at the end of the day. 31 events taking 6 hours at $2.50 an hour to park equals $465 in parking fees to participate in the club scheduled events. That's a pretty large cost to members. An adult membership at our club costs $250 a year and a $250 co-op fee. That's $500 a year. Pay parking has almost doubled the cost to be a member at Hollyburn Sailing Club and use the facilities. We think that's a little unfair and it's a huge cost to members. We ask our members to volunteer 16 hours per year at the club. We say that volunteering 4 hours at the spring cleanup, at Sail Pass, at Canada Day, and the fall cleanup satisfies a volunteer requirement for the club. Pay parking at Ambleside Park adds an extra $10 cost to each member for each event. So that means that members who aren't West Vancouver residents and have a pass have to pay $40 a year just to volunteer at the club. Paying to volunteer your time for a club that benefits West Vancouver, we think is a little bad. Our spring cleanup on April 18th had modest attendance, about the same as last year. The big difference this year is that members were really aware of parking times. The cleanup usually goes from 9 o'clock in the morning to 1 p.m. or so. Many members stayed either for just under 2 hours, which is a parking limit, or 3 hours, which is the parking limit west of the ferry building. These are parking time restrictions that never really had an impact on cleanup before. We had one member go and repark from the Grosvenor building to up the hill where there aren't any time restrictions. The result of this was not every task was completed and members were looking over their shoulders about parking. About half of our volunteers are affected by this. There was a similar occurrence at our sale pass. Members were very aware of the time and those without passes parked up the hill for free parking and in the business district.
That's
We
your time, sir.
apologize to the business district. Oh, I
apo-
did plan for 5 minutes.
Sorry.
I apologize, but I'm willing to wait until the end of the meeting to continue.
If you don't mind, then come back. And I have an idea. Is most of your parking requirements would be on the weekends, wouldn't it?
Yes, well, we've got the sailing school runs all summer during the week.
But
We're
the big
pretty
demand would
busy.
be Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
I'm passionate about sailing and I have 48 parking stalls that I'm trying to increase the usage of. Let's talk after the meeting.
Okay, well, we'll see you then.
Perfect.
And thanks again.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Victoria Mendez, followed by Ruth Burr.
Ms. Mendez, nice to see you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Victoria Mendes and I live in West Vancouver. Just a little bit of background of myself. I grew up in Calgary where my mother owned and operated 2 small businesses. So I know firsthand how hard small business owners work. We need to support our businesses so that they can support us with the products and services that we want to purchase. Small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of Canada's economy. Small and medium-sized businesses contribute roughly 50% of Canada's private sector GDP. And importantly, in our community, the community impact, over 50% of our small businesses donate to local charities, which I know is dear to all of our hearts. But why pay parking hurts small business? Shopper avoidance. 53% of shoppers avoid stores if only metered parking is available. While 30 to 40% of drivers admit to avoiding shopping areas altogether. And I was very interested in hearing the Hollyburn Sailing Club fact about their members sort of looking at the clock, because it also reduces something called dwell time. Parkers are concerned that they might get tickets, so they are really concerned about how much time they spend in the area. What I want to do is I want to share a little story, and I bet many of you are like me, and let's pretend we're all going to go on a trip, maybe not together, but think about the next town that you're going to visit, whether it's in British Columbia, in Canada, in Europe. And when you go to these towns, think about the businesses that you want to try and seek out. I bet they're small. I bet they're unique. I bet they are artisan. They're small businesses that offer unique products for the area, for the products that are in their area. I don't know if you're really patronizing big boxes, global brands. I bet you want the small businesses. So I only put that idea out there because we need to keep our small businesses alive and active here in West Vancouver. And my concern is that pay parking could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Very nicely said, coming from a small business family background as well. The next speaker.
Ruth Burr, followed by Patricia McLeod.
Thank you.
And then
Ms.
David
Burr,
Jones.
great to see you. And I see you on my calendar for first thing tomorrow morning.
You lucky guy, your cup
Aren't I?
runneth over. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Pascal, I'm just going to say a couple of things on behalf of baseball. Can we reset the time after I make these quick 3 points? Baseball, Sean Lynn, he can't be here this evening, but he wants you all to know that many of our games at Ambleside involve visiting teams, often for double headers. Families are already committing significant time to travel and play multiple games. Requiring paid parking adds another barrier for those visiting teams. Baseball games do not run on fixed end times. Oh, we know. Game length varies, which makes it difficult for families to predict or manage parking duration. This creates stress and increases the likelihood of penalties even when families are trying to comply. Finally, we would support an approach that recognizes the variable nature of youth sports and protects reasonable parking access for players and families during peak youth sport periods, especially weekend mornings and evenings in the season. And Sean Lynn says, thank you for letting me speak on his behalf. I am a bit disappointed in terms of what I'm hearing tonight, just because when we had the meeting on December 1st, one of our counselors said that we would hear back from you, that you would look at other parks to see what they were doing and how they were accommodating us and try and do the same. And for us at West Van FC, it always comes back to what's happening in North Van and Burnaby. And of course, those fields are free. So we are deeply affected, and I'm feeling a bit beaten. Our adult program, you know, is a bit of a dismay now. The North Shore Women's over 30 somethings, and that's what they're actually called. I'm not being vague and lazy. The North Shore Women's over 30 somethings, which run out of North Van, there's 6 teams and 4 of them come from West Van. And the president has told us that they're really not interested in practicing or playing games in West Van if they have to pay. There's no point. They might as well just do it all in North Van. So for West Van FC, that's revenue lost for us at a time when we're trying to build a bubble and do great things. For the District of West Vancouver, that's revenue lost for you at a fairly unpopular time slot, because they're usually late in the evening. For this town, you know, that's lost to wherever they go for drinks before and afterwards. So businesses lose. And the residents of West Vancouver who play on our teams, because we don't often have enough to facilitate an entire team. So a team is typically made up of 50% West Van and then 50% from North Van or Burnaby. I think that's it, you know, trying to compare our field to, for example, Jericho, and Vancouver has a 775,000 people in their population. West Van has 42,000. District has 101,000. And I think the city of North Van has like another 91,000. It's apples and oranges, a small place to a big place. And we're just really struggling with it. And that's it. I'm just sad, and I have nothing else to say, but thank you for letting me say it. It feels very therapeutic.
Thanks very much. I look forward to seeing you first thing tomorrow morning.
Thanks,
And I'm going to be interested on the statistics for the parks in Burnaby and North Vancouver, because I was under the impression that they were all charging.
No, they're
essentially.
all free.
Well,
we don't pay for any.
Okay, well, let's
They're all free.
come on and introduce yourself and
Right.
tell us. We're here to listen.
My name's Patricia McLeod. I'm on the board of the West Vancouver Field Hockey Club. Just following up on the presentation that was made by engineering. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on March 31st. Basically, nothing that was said during that 2-hour meeting appears in the report. So what I did was I put that entire Appendix B into Gemini, and I asked it to make recommendations for the 5 top proposals that would address user concerns and maintain the viability of the parking program's revenue generation. So I got 5 very good recommendations. I'll just mention the top 2. The first one is a free parking grace period. The second one is introduce a low-cost seasonal user group pass, which actually City of Vancouver does as well. Revenue strategy shifts from a high-friction monthly model to a bulk buy seasonal model, increasing total program participation and providing the district with more predictable upfront revenue. That's just an example of how things could be different. So there were 37 entries in that summary of our meeting. So one example is, as we have heard, the district is not collecting data on where people go after they park. So from our point of view, Spring League has started. We have about 900 kids from U6 to U18, from Deep Cove to Lions Bay, usually twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. If they are not from West Van, they are not parking at Rutledge Field. It's not that difficult to put some numbers around that. I'm sure that with a bit of, I'm sure it would be possible. And that's the kind of data that we need to find out where people are parking and what the impact is of the pay parking program.
May I just
The other-
interrupt and ask a
Yep,
question?
yep.
The parking that is accessed down by the SPCA, I don't know how many spaces are there.
Yeah, the Squamish Nation area?
No,
Past the
no,
golf
sorry, I'm
course?
thinking of north of the tracks by the SPCA.
No, that's the soccer field parking.
Soccer field.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're,
We'll add the time back in.
yeah, that's pay parking too. So you have to
No, I'm
go,
just
you have to go
wondering if
past the golf course to get free parking. So normally if you're going to be going to Rutledge Field, it's a lot, and you don't want to park in the pay area, it's a lot more convenient to park north of Marine in the residential area. And I suspect that's what most people are doing. I mean, we could put numbers on it. I'm sure it's not that difficult to do that. The other point that came out is that the total projected net revenue for 12 months is 294,000, not including costs, staff, enforcement, and so on. So that's not really that much money. Are West Van taxpayers concerned about the few dollars per person in savings, or are they concerned about the viability of Ambleside, farmers market, youth sports, businesses they can go to that are not shuttered, et cetera?
That's your time, ma'am.
Just to mention, we fully support the Business Improvement Association's recommendation to pause and start again. You know what? It could be better in the end. It could generate more revenue. Wouldn't you like to find out?
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. The next, how many do we have on the list?
1, 2, 3, 4 more names.
Great, thank you.
5, pardon me. David Jones, followed by Ryan Emerson.
David, good to see you this evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Oh, you're going to bring your petition.
I'll keep it brief.
Thank you, David.
Mayor and council, my name is David Jones, if you didn't know that, and I'm a resident business owner in West Vancouver. Over the last number of years, I've met with you and attended dozens of council meetings to discuss pay parking at Ambleside and the damage it would cause and now is to the Ambleside business area. As an elected official, it's your responsibility to listen to your constituents through in-person meetings and genuine engagement. This validates voter concern and ensures elected officials understand the real-life impacts of their policies, such as placing pay parking in a park that is adjacent to the business area that has free parking and with no enforcement of the parking regulations. Ignoring constituents causes doubt and mistrust. As a business, we go nowhere with this issue, attending dozens of council meetings and pleading with you to pause pay parking in Ambleside Park. So I decided to ask West Vancouver residents, voters, for some help. I have the name, address, and signature of 1,012 residents that agree that the pay parking in Ambleside Park must stop until a solution to the many problems it has created can be worked out. While collecting signatures, we did not find one resident that thought pay parking in Ambleside Park was a good idea when considering the damage it was causing to the adjacent business areas. You've said if residents knew pay parking in West Vancouver parks was to keep their property tax low, they would support it. The reality is that pay parking in Ambleside Park, even if it magically generated $400,000 a year, that's a tax break of $23 per household annually. Well, Ambleside businesses are losing $100,000 a month. It is an election year, and you may want to listen to what your residents are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thanks for joining us. The next speaker is
Ryan Emerson, followed by Kristen Fernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Emerson. How are things at Earl's today?
I wish I had better things to report.
Still business down.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, thank you for having the time to hear me today. Ryan Emerson with Earl's Restaurants. I represent the Beach House and Earl's Ambleside. And unfortunately, I have similar news to share. I'd hoped the sun and the vibrancy and the energy of the beach would deliver something else. I truly thought that as the sun came out and summer started to hit, that individuals would go back to their previous patterns. I was really, really wrong. Earl's is now down 400,000 in sales since pay parking started. Earl's is lagging behind the rest of BC. We're not facing the same economic conditions as the rest of the restaurants in BC. Last week, the store was down 10%, more than it's been down in several weeks, if not months, and it was sunny. The previous month, 8% down, another $67,000, and the losses continue to pile up. The other restaurants in West Vancouver owned by the Floral family, they're up in sales, a commensurate amount. We're about to enter into the busiest part of our year, the spring and summer, as well as the patio season. We stand to lose a staggering amount. All businesses do. What's interesting enough is we're seeing a rise in takeout sales. While the restaurant is down for walk-in guests, individuals are willing to pay double, triple, even quadruple the amount that they pay for parking, to Uber, to DoorDash, and skip the dishes. They're not willing to pay for parking. Those sales are up. If these trends continue, we can tack on another $400,000 to $500,000. By the time the 1 year mark hits, $750,000 in sales will be lost to one business. To summarize what that means for a business isn't necessary. That's a staggering number in and of itself. But we continue to lose the ability to employ young people in our communities. Those individuals largely come from the North Shore and our West Vancouver residents. 25% of our costs go to pay those individuals. $187,000 worth of wages have been given up. At $20 per hour for these average earners, it's 10,000 less hours. 15 to 20 young people are not working at Ambleside this year because of this policy. It's time to pause the pay parking, find a new plan that not only works for the city, but for its residents and its businesses. The plan must account for the spillover and the damage it's done to the business areas. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Maureen O'Brien is Kristen Fernandez, followed by Maureen O'Brien, and then we have one name on Zoom.
Thank you. Sorry, it's Ms. Fernandez?
Yes.
Oh, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So.
Sorry, Councillor Gambioli, I missed that. Thank you.
Ask a question. I don't know if it's staff or put it out there, but in terms of just the most recent speaker, my understanding is that there are 75 parking stalls in the Grosvenor building specifically for patrons of the businesses in the building, which would include Earl's. Am I wrong about that? And why is it then that people can't use those spots? My understanding is that they're always empty. Free parking underground do you encourage people to park underground for free?
Yeah, of course we do. I mean,
you do?
In my experience, it's not similar to what councils have delivery parking. It's full and a lot of the time it's not individuals there to be in the building, and as I understand it, parking is available to anybody.
Yeah, I think there is some discussion about that, but
Okay.
let's listen to Ms. Fernandez and thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christine Fernandez. I've been the owner of Da Vinci's Home for over 30 years. We're located at 1461 Bellevue Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Firstly, I would like to thank the Mayor for his earlier comments in regards to parking on Bellevue. That was appreciated, that there was an understanding of what we're going through. That said, I am here again tonight to request that pay parking be paused in Ambleside Park so a fair and accurate assessment can be conducted of the effects of pay parking on our local businesses. This must be done now before the summer season when Ambleside is overwhelmed with visitors. To date, there's been little to no meaningful consultation with affected business owners. The unintended consequences from park visitors avoiding pay parking by opting for free parking meant to support commercial areas has gone unaddressed, leaving residents unable to find parking near shops and services they had frequented in the past. Absolutely every business owner in Ambleside will concur that the detrimental effect pay parking is having on our businesses and livelihoods is not anecdotal. Also of concern, drivers circling Ambleside multiple times searching for parking with increasing frustration is certainly adding to the air pollution as well. Because our repeated requests to council have largely gone ignored, we have submitted a petition tonight signed by 1,012 exasperated West Vancouver residents who support pausing pay parking in Ambleside in its current incarnation. These signatures were collected with ease over a short period of time as residents are fed up with not being able to find parking in the commercial areas. Respectfully, I would like to again reference a direct quote from Councillor Cassidy's June 2024 email to me stating district staff is consulting with Ms. O'Brien of the ADBIA to ensure a solution to the pay parking issue that benefits both the district and the business area. The district is fully committed to ensuring a vibrant, financially successful business area. I'm asking you to stand by that commitment. Indifference is not an option. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks very much. Is Ms. O'Brien next? Thank you. Ms. O'Brien, thanks for joining us this evening.
I'm trying not to repeat myself too much, so I was kind of tweaking what I was going to say, but we all know pay parking has been frustrating for visitors, businesses, and residents. We did survey residents and they are aware that parking is free for them, but they don't care about that because they can't find a place to park on Bellevue. Whether they're going to a business, medical appointment, that's what's frustrating for them. So they drive around, as Christine said, the block, and then they can't find a place to park. So they either say they'll come back or they end up going elsewhere like Park Royal, where they have lots of free parking. The staff report stated that the average length of time someone is parked is 90 minutes, but it's also worth noting all 4 days that those studies were done in November and in March, it was raining and overcast. And we all know that affects park goers and people that are coming to the commercial area. So the study that will be done in May will give us a better idea. Since it was introduced, pay parking, people like Fresh Street and Shoppers Drug Mart kind of always enforce their walk-offs, but Fresh Street has had to increase their patrolling and now they ticket people for walk-offs. So they used to be able to go across the street to the bank or run an errand, and they have to just be much stricter now, which just takes away from the whole village feel. Grosvenor is doing the same thing. It used to be quite empty down in Grosvenor, but now you'll see on a sunny Saturday, the first place that fills up is Bellevue, then Argyle, then Grosvenor, and then the park last when there's no other option. We don't have the dedicated bylaw officers yet. I know they're coming. I know it's a challenge to find people, but it's not fair to our business area that you don't have those people in place and you have it in the park. So people know that there's, and I've said it before, with no enforcement, people are going to park there, and because it's free. Pausing the program would be able to give us a clearer and more fair opportunity to evaluate. The BIA has committed funding to this, and we don't want to repeat what the district's already doing. So we will work with district staff to figure out the best way. And to that end, it will help us say, how long do we want to have parking? Maybe it is 1 hour on Bellevue, but for us to just do that on a whim to see if it works, why don't you guys pause the pay parking and see if that works? Currently it's 3 hours on Argyle, 2 hours on Bellevue, 15 minutes all the way up 16th, 4 hours in Dunderave. So there's no rhyme or reason to the parking in Ambleside, which is why a study needs to be done. The other parks are far surpassing your revenue. So if you have to pause it in Ambleside Park, you can use some of those extra funds you're getting to help offset the costs of maintaining Ambleside Park until we figure this out. And then the parking study from 2019 to 2025 showed that 81% were compliant compared to 91%, but that's a 13% increase in people that are parking.
That's your time, ma'am.
Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to address Councillor Cassidy's comment. I don't know who she surveyed, but there are no employees of Romantique, Phoenix, Graydon's, Jones, Oceanside, or Da Vinci's that park on Bellevue or Argyle. So, and one last point, finally, if you pause the pay parking starting May 15th, it would allow the data to be collected on May 7th and 9th with still pay parking in effect. But if you don't pause it tonight, we're looking at the next council meeting. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. O'Brien.
Does anyone have questions for me? Because I know there was some before.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien.
Okay, thanks.
And how are we doing?
One more name on in the gallery, and then we still have one person online. Rebecca Lees is here in the chamber. And then I'll look for the last name online after we have our in-chamber speakers.
Ms. Lees, great to see you this evening. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I just wrote this on my dying phone, so I hope it doesn't die. Rebecca Lee's a member of the West Vancouver community. And just a moment. Okay. So I have sat through a few council meetings where business owners have expressed stresses and concerns that have that this poorly rolled out parking in Ambleside Park has caused them. In an effort to support business owners who are near and dear to me, I took a petition to a clipboard petition to fellow West Van residents and friends and colleagues to sign. I filled a petition 5 petition pages in 2 days. Every single West Van resident who learned about what was happening to our local businesses would eagerly sign the form. To be clear, I'm not against pay parking entirely. The concern that council rolled it out in a way that very negatively impacted many stakeholders who are suffering the effects. That's what concerns me. I urge you to go back to the drawing board and rethink pay parking in Ambleside Park to make it fair for everyone. Small businesses are struggling to survive in these challenging economic times, and this was the very last thing they needed. The way pay parking was implemented has quite simply been an undeserved slap in the face from those elected to represent their interests and valued members of the community. Thank you. I mean, it'll look like.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. And now the person online.
Fantastic. Okay, I've just attempted to promote the speaker. Jennifer Winning should be able to turn on her microphone and her camera. You've got 3 minutes to address council.
Ms. Winning, are you
Can
there?
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I tried to turn my camera on, but I guess it didn't work.
That's okay. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. And so I'm from the Ambleside, from the Ambleside Farmers Market. So last year marked the 20th anniversary of the Ambleside Farmers Market in West Vancouver, a milestone that should have been a celebration. Instead, the latter half of the season was marked by frustration and a sense of being caught off guard. With less than 3 weeks' notice, we received an email informing us that paid parking would be implemented starting September 15th. Although the message described us as a valued member, we were nonetheless expected to pay the new hourly parking fees. At the time, rates exceeded $5 per hour, which created significant concern within our organization. Quite simply, our vendors, staff, volunteers, and entertainers who are not West Vancouver residents cannot afford to pay hourly parking fees, regardless of the rate, given that many of us are on site for up to 9 hours at a time. While we appreciate the temporary solution of consolidating all vehicles within the market's footprint, we are, am I still?
You're still there.
Oh,
We're
sorry.
with you.
Where'd my screen go?
No, we still hear you. You've got 1 minute and 47.
Okay, I'll just try to go off memory. So we are, okay, So our vendors are not only West Vancouver residents, but also visitors from North Vancouver, Vancouver tourists, and first-time shoppers, many of whom discover and support their new favorite local farms throughout our market. By introducing hourly parking fees, we risk discouraging people from visiting the park altogether, which could negatively impact our customer numbers. And again, without customers, we simply cannot sustain the market. We respectfully ask that you reconsider the current paid parking model in Ambleside Park, pause the program, and take into account the negative impact it may have on the many community partners who make the park what it is, a vibrant, inclusive space that is accessible to all, not just West Vancouver residents. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Now I'll just ask, is there anyone else who's come this evening that wishes to speak? Okay, it is now up to member. Yes, sir.
I'm Bruce MacArthur. I live in a seniors co-op in downtown West Vancouver.
On 14th.
Ambleside.
In that beautiful building on 14th.
That's correct. Just a quick question. Most of the staff talk about revenue generating, not penalties to parkers. So I'm curious about the viability. What gross revenue is generated to collect $130,000 in net revenue?
Fair question. Does anyone have that immediate answer?
I think perhaps I'll defer to Mr. Liu to respond to
Okay.
that.
Stephen, do you have an answer for that?
So it's 35% of tax. That's the gross revenue that take up 35% tax.
Right. A lot of the money goes to TransLink as a tax. I mean,
So-
obviously, Impart gets their fee, but TransLink also gets a large portion of the revenue.
Okay, but we're paying staff, and I don't know. I don't see it as a good revenue generating opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
Yes, so I'm assuming that regardless of any other motion that needs to be put forward, the recommendations in section 5 still need to be addressed.
Well, we need to receive the report, but I would encourage.
Because I'm prepared to make a motion, and I'm prepared to put a motion on the floor that I propose that we pause the pay parking program in Ambleside Park effective May the 15th through till July the 1st. I know that it's only a 6-week period. That extension could always be changed at a later date, but I'm very reluctant to give up any further revenue, which I can anticipate being extremely high for the months of July and August. So at this point, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we pause pay parking from May the 15th until July the 1st in Ambleside Park.
Sorry, I'm Councillor Lambert is just raising a point of order with me. I think what would be wise if we do separation, and I'll ask for a motion on item number 1, which is simply to receive this information for now, moved and seconded. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. The fees and charges.
Yeah, that was my question. I just questioned whether or not, I suspect we still need to go ahead with those, even though.
Well, I'm going to ask Ms. Dallas, because again, my understanding of council's authority is that we can simply direct staff not to enforce. So if this is a bylaw which sets up a fee, we can, with a simple resolution, direct that it not be enforced for a period of time. Yeah, well, that's right. This proposed, the second motion
is to
ensures that
extend the
fees does
$2
not go back up.
which is, that's my thought, that we still need to go ahead with this to ensure that we still maintain the
We're not
lower
going up.
rate. Yes.
Right. Okay, Councillor Lambert is moving that. Is there a second? That's seconded.
Sorry. Can we back it up just so we're super clear on what's happening?
Which motion are, has
We're now
been-
on number 2. We did separation
Okay, so
because Councillor Lambert's concern is that we don't want to see the fee go back to $5.
okay,
And so this motion keeps the fee at a maximum of $250. So Councillor Cassidy.
To read out the recommendations, and if they pass, they pass, and if they don't pass, then we can address what Councillor Snyder is proposing.
We're doing that. We're just doing it.
All right, so we're going to do all three.
No, we've done number 1.
Now we're going to do 2, and then we're going to do 3.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got number 2, and I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Contrary, that is carried. Okay, item number 3. Is there a mover?
Me.
Okay, moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Discussion? Question, all in favor? Contrary, carried. And now, Councillor Snyder, do you want to try a motion? And
I would
and
like to
I'm
try
going to
and
encourage you on this.
I'd like to try and put a motion on the floor, and then,
Thank
and again, I'll repeat the motion that we pause paid parking effective May the 15th in Ambleside Park through until July the 1st. I know it's 3 years, you're thinking probably July the 15th, aren't you?
Well, I'm
But
just thinking.
I
you
get
know,
2
that
months.
2 full months. We now have a baseline. We have a comparison. And we have 2 months to work with the ADBI, work with the business community and
For the extra 2 weeks, I mean, I would, if it's going to impact whether or not the motion passes or fails, then that's a concern to me, but I would be prepared to put to July the 15th then.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Well, I'll second it just for the point of making it clear that, okay, looks like it's going to fail.
Unless there's further discussion.
Any
to be
further
amended,
discussion?
I don't know.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm pause and keep it paused. I don't understand what a few weeks difference will do other than add to the confusion.
Well, but we have a baseline and we've got.
We haven't got the full year baseline.
No.
You know, I mean, you can't start changing data in the middle of a data set and expect to have a realistic outcome of what you can anticipate with these parking fees.
Fair
So
enough, but a year may be too late if the results are, as some people are suggesting anecdotally, it is. So that's my concern.
Sorry, we'll go to Councillor Gambioli.
Yeah, just to, explain, I don't support Councillor Snyder's motion because I really don't think that 8 weeks is enough time for staff to implement these changes. Well, Jen can speak to this, but
through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, I think there could be some challenges in sort of pressing pause start over an 8-week period. And the other thing I just wanted to highlight, there's there's a July 20th council meeting. And so if we start pause with a May 15th to July 15th window, that would mean that staff are reporting back in September, just objectively sort of flagging that.
so I just don't think that, we've implemented this wrong. It's clear. But I also think that there are so many factors. We're not going to come to an answer in, 8 weeks. It's not going to happen. We're not going to make everybody happy. And then we're going to lose a bunch of revenue, and then the studies might be impacted. The public will be confused. I don't think it's realistic.
Well, I'm going to call a question. All those in favor? Contrary? The motion is defeated. There is one last recommendation that staff continue to discuss with stakeholder groups and receive feedback on future refinements to the pay parking program. Moved by Councillor Lambert, seconded by Councillor Cassidy.
May I try one more motion?
I'm going to call a question on this one. All those in favor? Contrary, carried. Councillor Thompson.
Just because it's the alternative to dabbling around more, I would put forward the motion to pause this program until we have a fully comprehensive program to put into place. Any seconders?
Okay. That's moved and seconded. We'll call a question on that. All those in favor? Contrary. Motion is defeated. Okay, well,
Mr. Mayor,
thank you, Mr. Manager.
excuse me one moment.
Disregard. Okay, item number 8, number 6, please, Councillor Gambioli, if I may.
I'm sorry, did you say item number
6.
8?
Number 6, sorry, I
Oh,
said,
number 6. Do we have a presentation? Nope.
sorry?
No presentation?
No presentation.
Okay. So item number 6, I will recommend that proposed fees and charges bylaw number 5383, 2025, amendment bylaw number 5436, 2026 be read a first, second, and third time.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Any discussion?
I did have a question that I sent by email earlier today related to the question of the cost or the amount here.
Mr.
Is
Bailey?
there an answer? There was an answer?
I believe you
Oh,
received an email this afternoon from Miss Keith.
I'm sorry. I
But
missed
and
that
but
one.
and that just for council's edification, I mean, the $1,000 amount is consistent with the tree bylaw replacement policy. It's consistent with the cost of the tree. It's a security, not a fine, and it's not controlled by the province as per your question. And we think it's appropriate. We've looked at various pricing and think that that's an appropriate.
Okay, yeah, okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary, the motion is carried. Item number 7, community grant recommendations. Councillor Lamb, sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we do have a brief
Okay.
presentation from a
Thank
member
you.
of the Community Grants Committee.
Thank you. Oh, thanks for your patience in being here this
Oh,
evening.
yeah.
And thank you for all of your work on this project, on these grant applications. We're grateful.
Do you need help getting that up, so to speak?
No, that's not.
Don't worry, we're not going to talk about pay parking.
No, we're not going back there. There we go.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's way too late. Just tell them sorry. I'm done.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Sager and Council. We are here tonight to seek Council's approval for the 2026 Community Grants Program as recommended by the Community Grants Committee. Here to present the committee's recommendations is Janine McCurdy, Chair of the Community Grants Committee.
Thanks so much, Janine. Thanks for being here.
Well, as a volunteer member of this committee, we get a view of the many organizations that enhance the lives of our fellow residents. And I'm impressed and amazed by the number of people that volunteer for these organizations, that sit on the boards, and the West Vancouverites that contribute to their community. So I'd like to thank them. I'd like to thank the council and the taxpayers who recognize that a little bit of financial help can go a long way for these organizations. And thank you to Councillor Snyder, who attends our meetings and is our conduit to council. Thank you to the staff and my 7 committee members who spent hours going through the applications, financial statements, and reports, trying to provide the best recommendations possible, which is what we're here to give you today. The applications are received from a diverse array of not-for-profit organizations that deliver vital and important services. They provide programs such as food security, mental health services, youth engagement, programs for seniors, arts, cultural, and events that bring the community together. Next. The total budget this year was $357,015. That was because of the cost of living increase that you get a strange number. And the funds go to the various groups that then lever the funds to get funding from other places. We split between the Arts, Cultural, and Heritage funding and the Community and Social Services. Arts, Cultural, and Heritage got 33%, Community social services, 67% based on the funding applications and the amounts. And the youth, which we heard from earlier, get allocated budgeted 6,000 for their grants throughout the year. Next. So for the arts, culture and heritage, that was $114,185, 37 applications from 29 organizations, because they could apply for programs and or operating money, showing a slight increase in 2 new ones. On the community and social services side, next slide, the recommendation was $231,830. That was 44 organizations, 7 new organizations, and coming in with all kinds of very deeply meaningful programs. It's difficult. People did not get the funding they wanted. They didn't get all their projects funded. And some organizations, we decided that the impact and the benefits to West Vancouver are such that we recommend they not be funded. So out of the ones that we are recommending, they're doing wonderful things for people and contribute greatly. There's a shortage of space in West Vancouver. So you'll see some names that are probably North Shore based, but we took a look at what they were doing for our West Vancouver people. Were they actually doing services here, and were they benefiting West Vancouver residents before we made a recommendation to go ahead? So as I say, not everybody got the money, but those they did present our recommendations for the best funding across a wide and diverse landscape of groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're very grateful for all of your work, Councillor Snyder.
I just wanted to reiterate that's unbelievable volunteer. They volunteer a significant amount of time. Each of the applications that goes and spend it's hours for the volunteers to go through all these different applications and sit down and look at the groups. Very impressed with what I saw.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Just one question and then a comment. Access to nature. Can you give me an example of who would apply for that type of?
Could I, at the Marine Sanctuary Society, for example, provide a hands-on at some of our parks with underwater specimens for children and adults?
That's great. That's great. So I've been involved watching the youth go through the process, deciding where the 6,000, and it's fantastic. It's such a great learning curve for them, and they're tough. They're tough. I just wonder if we could improve that process somewhat, where they get that chunk of money with all the applications at the same time, as opposed to as they come. It just, there's a certain perspective I think that's lost when they're considering applications one at a time, as opposed to the way you do. You have an intake and you look at everything and decide where it's of value. Is there any opportunity to do that? I think that would really make it a richer, better experience all around.
Do you want to answer that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, we did talk about having 3 intakes this year for the youth grants instead of 1 at a time. Part of the issue is that the youth sometimes are invited to competition tournaments, workshops throughout the year. And so if there was 1 intake, they might miss that and not be able to access funds. So I think definitely agree with you that it's difficult to see the perspective with with 1 grant at a time. So that's why we're starting to implement a 3, like once every 3 months, once every 4 month deadline.
And then put a $2,000 limit on each time or something like that.
Yeah, something
it'd
like
be
that.
interesting to try, because I do find that they have really good questions, but they lose. They just, there's a critical piece of perspective that's missing in that decision making,
and not knowing what else is coming.
Exactly how how much, and that's where they get really tough.
Yeah.
Gotta love them. But
thank you, Councillor Gambioli, please.
Thank you for the report and all your hard work. My concern always is that we don't promote the fact that we are donating to all these groups using funding from the district enough. So I really would love to see that. I mean, these days, I guess it's easier to post something on social media. You know, it gets lost in the website, in my opinion. And I know it costs money to print something in the newspaper, but I really think that there are very few people in the public domain that know that we do this, that the district is supporting, you know, dozens and dozens of nonprofit organizations with hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. So I would really hope that we could put our mind to that and make it public information in people's faces, you know?
Thank you, Councillor
Thanks.
Gambioli, and certainly it's a wonderful opportunity to recognize and thank all of the hundreds of volunteers and people who genuinely care about the community and give up a lot of time to make this a better place. Councillor Watt.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving up your time and all the other members of the committee for doing this important work. And I was just curious, with respect to one of the categorizations, I saw there's a new light festival or something the HBBA has put forward, and it's just a small technical question. That was under the community grant versus arts. I was just curious about that.
It was, through the mayor to Councillor Watt. It was through the, you mean it was through community services rather than arts and culture?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yes. There was no, they were hiring a company. They weren't hiring individual artists. So it was about community vitality and
Right.
re-enlivening Horseshoe Bay rather than a cultural program.
Thank you. I didn't even know about that one. That was
Yes.
interesting to see. Yeah, and thank you again for all that you do on this.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder, could I ask for a motion, please?
Absolutely. I'd like to recommend that the recommendations by the Community Grants Committee for the 2026 Community Grants Program grant allocation attached as Appendix A to the report titled 2026 Community Grants Recommendation, Arts, Culture and Heritage and Community and Social Services Grant dated March 30th, 2026 from the Senior Manager, Cultural Services be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. Question, any discussion? Question, all in favor? Contrary, carried. Thank you. Item number 8, Collingwood special event noise exemption request. Councillor Watt, please. She got there first.
Yeah, no, I would like to move that, but before that, I'm wondering if there's a way at this table to, these keep coming forward just for this one school. Is there a way that we can, I think there's 3 events a year that they do. Must we continue to give an exemption each time, or is there some way that we could?
No, but that question should go to Ms.
Yeah,
Dallas,
I'm
please.
still asking Ms. Dallas.
Thank you. So through the mayor to Councillor Watt, the intention of the policy is to provide clear guidelines around special events and exemptions from the noise control bylaw. And so it sets out requirements for parking plan, notification, canvassing the neighborhood within 100 meters to obtain consent so that property owners are aware of the event. And these events in particular are quite significant. This one in particular is 800 guests. So that has parking implications. There's noise. So that's sort of the intention of the policy. And so my understanding is they're happy to apply each time and to pay the fee. And that the neighborhood is notified, and we've received one letter of support from the neighborhood with respect to this specific request. And staff are recommending that council approve the request. We find that it's reasonable and they provided sufficient information for the event.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to get a motion on the floor.
yeah, so I'd like to recommend that council approve the application from Collingwood School located at 70 Morven Drive, West Vancouver, BC, V7S 1B2 for a private special event noise exemption for a spring fair event on May 9, 2026 from 11 a.m. till 3 p.m.
Thank you. Is it seconded? And Councillor Cassidy.
I just wanted to say that the neighborhoods appreciate the permits coming for each event because obviously the numbers and the noise. And I also wanted to compliment Collingwood School on how accommodating they have become with regard to the Glenmore neighborhood. It's really appreciated there. The residents are very thankful.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, and I'll put it out there to Collingwood School and for consideration by council. I think when you've got 3 events every year that are more or less the same and can be anticipated in that way, it might be more effective, more efficient to say, give them a 3-year period with some parameters that if something significant changes as far as numbers. It's just, to me, it just seems make work to do this annually if the events are essentially the same, but it's just a thought to put out there for future discussion, and it's nothing urgent for this year because we've approved
Thank you.
it, so.
I agree with those comments, and just like to again express our thanks to Collingwood for all of their efforts to be considerate of their neighbors. Grateful. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary carried. Thank you. Bylaws number 9, Councillor Gambioli. And thank you for chairing that meeting and allowing us to see our daughter in her debut, the fabulous opera. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the Wood Green Drive proposal. And I am going to recommend that proposed official community plan bylaw number 4985, 2018 amendment bylaw number 5445, 2026 be read a second and third time.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Any discussion? Oh, sorry,
yeah.
Councillor Gambioli.
Yeah, there's lots of discussion. So get comfortable. I actually, thought about this a lot. Okay, so the public hearing was great and was interesting to hear all of the feedback. But this proposal is supported by and supports our official community plan and our own council strategic plan, which was unanimously created by us. And I think that alone should cause each one of us to be supporting this proposal tonight. We know that we have virtually no housing types except for single family homes or apartments. Townhomes are desperately needed in our community, and we have not approved any townhomes, with the exception of a couple weeks ago, 12 in many, many decades. Our own planning committee supports this proposal. Our own staff support this proposal. The district will receive over $1.5 million from this proposal, some of which may be able to go to the new Cypress Park Estate signage. And as was pointed out by one of the speakers, the district will receive 10 times the tax revenues once these are built. So those financial benefits, of course, are shared by everyone in the municipality, which I think is important. The proponents now propose to save up to 100 trees that are on the property and plant more. And some of the concerns heard at the public hearing were things like it will be more unsafe. So I did not hear and have no experience in understanding how there's any evidence for that. In fact, there will be more safe walking paths and to the local high school and to the local shopping center as a result of this proposal. Some people said the traffic report is not to be believed. And, we've heard this many times before, but the reality is that traffic engineers are professionals and have gone to school for many, many years, and they know what they're talking about. And the evidence from other developments that have been approved is that they know exactly what they're talking about. And so I do have to believe the traffic reports. Some other concerns are that the proposal is too dense, that there should be fewer units. But the problem with that is if there are fewer units, each unit will be much more expensive. And we know that the majority of our residents support housing that is more affordable. So this is housing that is more affordable. And finally, some people were concerned that this would be a precedent for more of the same. But I really think that's not the case. This is a very unique location. And, you know, as a municipal government, we don't choose the locations. The owners choose to come forward with a proposal, and it happens very rarely. Locations like this come up very rarely. So I really think that every member of this council has a responsibility to approve proposals which meet the current and future needs of this municipality and which support our existing policies.
Thank you, Councillor Snyder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Watt.
I have to say that I disagree on many fronts with Councillor Gambioli's take on this. I look at this as a very slippery slope. It is a lot of density in an established single-family neighborhood. Now, some may say, okay, it's close to the upper levels. Yes, it is, but we do not have the same infrastructure as, say, another townhome development that is coming up this evening as well, I believe, on Marine Drive. And I look at the FAR on that, and on the street behind me, there's two projects of similar FAR, larger, I believe they are larger units. They've been sitting there for 2 years. There has been no uptake. So we can say that we need this type of housing. It has already been approved in a more appropriate location, and we do not have the buyers. And further to that, you can go to the Capilano River right now. Wood Bridge, funny, we've got the name Wood in there again, 2-bedroom townhomes, 699,000. That is missing middle.
Thank you, Councillor Watt. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, again, I disagree with Councillor Gambioli, and I agree with what Councillor Watt has said. When the individuals from the public came to speak, the room was packed, and I would say that basically 99% of the individuals who spoke were totally and utterly, completely opposed to the project, opposed to its density, not the concept, but its density. So had there been fewer units, I think you would probably have had some degree of buy-in from the district residents. So, you know, I've always said that my job is to represent those who are here, not those who are yet to come. We have no evidence that $2 million, just under, by the time this thing is finished, it will probably be around $2 million. This is not an entry level for young families who, unless, and if you go down further down the road in Caulfield, the houses are going just for a little over $2.1 million, $2.2 million. So it's far, far too dense. It's a good looking project, but it's far too dense, and it is a game changer for that neighborhood. And my job isn't to change the neighborhoods, it's to represent the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Snyder.
So I agree with Councillor Gambioli on many of the points. It clearly fits within our OCP and the our strategic plan. Yes, a couple of the other issues that Councillor Gambioli didn't touch base on that I think were raised, and I've looked into a little bit as well. Again, that is infrastructure was a big thing that was being raised by a lot of those that were concerned about the development. And we've reached out to staff, and staff have assured us that the infrastructure that is there is more than capable of managing the development. Not to mention, if there are to be any upgrades that are required, those will be costs that will be incurred by the developer. I did hear, obviously, from many of those in the community that there was a great concern about changing a single-family neighborhood into a neighborhood that has multi-complexes and multi-units in it. And I appreciate that that is a concern moving forward, but I think that we can look throughout all of West Vancouver now, and that's happened pretty much everywhere. West Vancouver entirely used to be just single-family residence, other than the Marine Drive corridor where we had nothing but the apartment towers as well. This is a missing middle that we are missing the townhouse complexes for not only just the downsizers that are already here in our community, but also those that are young enough that are in our community now that are looking for a first opportunity. As far as the pricing goes, I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to assume that these are going to start at $2 million, because I think if the developer was smart and thought that they could sell places that are backing onto the highway at $2 million, they probably would be backing away from this development and not even moving forward, because that's a serious concern as far as the costing goes. So I'm not an expert, and I'm not sure that any councillor here is an expert in that as well. I do agree that the development is an extremely attractive development, and I think it will fit into the neighborhood. I know the area quite well. In fact, I've lived in that neighborhood for the last almost 15 years and still don't live far from that neighborhood. And so if I had this in my neighborhood or down the street from me, I would not be offended by that at all. And as far as safety issues go, I actually heard quite a bit of safety concerns. I see the opposite. I see this as a much safer than the existing that is already there. This is the introduction of sidewalks that don't exist. It's the introduction of lighting that doesn't exist along the roadway. It provides a boardwalk to allow an alternative source of walkway for those that want to approach the tunnel or avoid being on the street. So I do think it's quite safe. Again, the traffic report, one of the concerns that was raised at a regular comment was the traffic exiting off the highway at exit 4 at 8 o'clock in the morning is already unbearable and can't handle anymore. Well, I think the reality of it is people have to realize that if people that are living in that complex, they're not going to be exiting Highway 4 at 8 a.m. in the morning. So they're not going to be adding to that 8 a.m. morning traffic commute at all. In fact, they're going to be going in the other direction, either going to school or going to work or wherever it is they're off to. So those are just my comments in addition to many of those made by Councillor Gambioli.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. Well, this is a really tough one for me, actually, because I think it's a beautiful project. I think it's a housing type that we need. Like Councillor Snyder, it's a market property. I'm not going to try and weigh in and talk about what it would and should sell for. I would hope there'd be a quality product there that would work itself out for market value. The one thing I cannot get comfortable with are the number of units. And I just wish that the proponent had spent a little more time reaching out to council and getting some feedback, because I think we're pretty close, but not close enough to just jump right in and say this works. And as a councillor, I've tried to be fairly clear in my voting and direction around supporting gentle density. I heard the term used by a fellow councillor of medium density, and I think this fits more into a medium density. There was a lot of arguments I did hear the other night from our public hearing, which was robust, and I felt fairly even representation, understanding who was coming from where. But the traffic, I don't think a project like this, if it was half the units or maybe even a bit more, would impact the traffic flow there, which is a tenuous place. I drive through there daily, if not a few times, and they're funny little corners to navigate around in the intersection coming off the highway, but I don't think this project would have a huge impact on that. It just comes down to, and I agree that it doesn't have to be precedent setting, but given the government mandates coming down, it kind of sets an expectation. And I know there's another project with a small couple of lots put together that want to build it out beyond my comfort level as well. And I think, the fear of if we start, if we have the government coming down and overriding our decisions, the fear of approving anything and everything starts to get a little dangerous. So I think we have to always keep the scale of our community in mind. Where these projects are appropriate, I think multifamily could go there. I just can't get comfortable with the numbers. And I'm terribly sorry because I think it's a beautiful product.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Mayor Sager. I'll be very brief about this. I really think that missing middle housing should be located in amenity-rich and frequent transit accessible areas, and this site isn't one of those. It's more suitable to an Ambleside or to a Taylorway corridor or to a Park Royal area. And and on top of that, I think we should be working to decrease car dependency, not increase it. So from the outset and from that perspective, and that's my interpretation, by the way, of the OCP, I will allow that Councillor Gambioli and Councillor Snyder may have a different opinion, but at a high level we can agree. But when you bring it down, this is just the wrong project in the wrong place.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Councillor Watt, please.
And it is a beautiful project. That is, undeniable. But I also just wanted to point out, we are talking 11 to 12 units per lot, which is 75 to 110% more dense than what Bill 25 would put through. So anyway, that's all I have to add.
Thank you. Well, it's clear from the comments that this will not be passing tonight. No, it's 4-2. It'll be 4-3, but I'm just going to add my comments that I was not at the public hearing, but I did watch the public hearing and I read all of the correspondence, and I reflect back to my youth watching the development of the Caulfield Cove and how there was enormous opposition to that development, the townhouses right by the fire hall, and yet the council of the day, in my view, wisely approved that. And I've known lots of people over the years who have lived there, and it's been a successful place to live. And I think we do as a community need more alternative places to live. So I appreciate the arguments of my colleagues to my left. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
We were not in any way debating whether or not we need alternative places to live or alternative forms of housing. What we were saying is on this particular site, it is far too dense.
Yes, no,
The project. It's a beautiful project. I compliment you on that, but it is just far too dense. I mean, I don't think if I stepped out my door, I could swing a cat, that old expression. So sorry about that. It's a beautiful project, but far too dense.
Well, the owners have heard the comments from members of council tonight and have the opportunity to rework and work with the community and perhaps come back. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Contrary? The motion is defeated. Item number 10, please. And that is the project on 6085 Marine Drive. Councillor Lambert.
Number 4985-2018, amendment bylaw number 5394-2026 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Question? Any discussion? Question? All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Councillor Cassidy recorded in opposition. Thank you. Councillor Lambert?
Yes, recommend that proposed zoning bylaw number 4662-2010, amendment bylaw number 5395-2026 be adopted.
Thank you. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Watt. Discussion? Question? All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy recorded in opposition. Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
And recommend that proposed development permit 25012 be modified to delete section 4.1E as shown in Appendix A of the April 23rd, 2026 memorandum from the Senior Manager of Current Planning and Urban Design, and 2, proposed development permit 25012, which would regulate the form and character of the proposed townhouse building and landscape subject to development permit area guidelines, BFB 16 be approved as modified.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded. Seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion, question, all in favor? Contrary carried. Thank you. Item number 11, just to nominate my friend and colleague to continue to serve on ECOM. Could I ask Councillor Snyder to make the motion, please?
Sure, I'll make the recommendation as written.
Thank you. Is there a seconder, Councillor Cassidy? Thank you. I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary carried. Consent agenda item.
Can we do new business with the LAP now?
No, that comes because I'd like to leave and you can do that last. Is that okay?
Does that work with you guys?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Consent agenda. Okay, we'll pull 12.3. And can I have a motion on the balance, please?
Yeah, I would like to propose that excluding item 12.3 consent agenda items. That's right.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary carried. And 12.3, please, Councillor Watt.
Yeah. So questions for staff on that as to why I wanted to pull it. So if I read it correctly, we want a $2,000 damage deposit for film crews, which is significantly lower than other municipalities. It would, that's way below industry standard. So I felt that we should readdress that. I believe the city of North Van, it's 5,000 to 10,000, depending on the size of the production, which would be more standard. And productions are, I mean, that $2,000 number seems like something from my distant past in the film industry. I saw those numbers decades ago.
Thank you. Ms. Kettler.
Yeah, thank you. Through to Councillor Watt. I don't have an answer right now. I can take that back to staff who.
I did do a lot of research on
Yeah,
it. So
that's
yeah.
fine. And
Let's just table it.
we can
for
table
the
it
week.
and come back.
Okay.
Can I have
Yeah.
a motion to table?
Thank you.
Please.
Moved, seconded. Question, all in favor? Contrary carried. Thank you. Reports from mayor and council. Actually, Councillor Snyder did very kindly make the comments, and I am honored to be serving as a representative on the Municipal Finance Association. That is a post that most people who serve as a director in Metro would love that. It's very interesting. And I'm honored to do that. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, I'm sure I'm not the only one reporting, but it was a busy week last week. We had the volunteer appreciation dinner, which acting Mayor Gambioli did an excellent job, as did my fellow councillors, of handing out the awards and for appreciation. But most importantly, the volunteers themselves have put in countless hours, days, years, and they were lovely people. And I think I would say of them that they would have said of themselves, we get more from giving than we do from getting, if you understand what I mean. And the camaraderie that they had amongst each other and the appreciation they had of each other was really gratifying to see. So it was a wonderful event. And then on Saturday, we had the Council of Councils, which thankfully was on Zoom, which worked out very well, I thought. So none of us had to drive out to New Westminster. Yes, so maybe that'll happen again in that way. And Councillor Watt had an excellent question that she asked. I can't remember what the question was, but
it was the best question of the day.
But I was impressed. I said to our Councillor Watt. And lastly, I spent, 6 hours thereabouts today interviewing candidates for our new role of police chief. And we will have another round again later this week. First round of interviews. And I want to say the candidates are excellent. And we are on schedule to find our new chief. So thank you.
Do I have a motion to receive the reports? Moved, seconded, all in favor, contrary carried. With that, I'm going to turn the chair back over to Councillor Gambioli, if you don't mind, and I'm sorry. And I would like to just express my thanks to all members of council. We started at 2 o'clock today with almost no breaks, and I appreciate your patience and sticking with it. Thank you.
Why are you leaving?
Why are you leaving? You got a break. You went for a nap.
No, I did the dishes.
Oh, yeah, you did the dishes. Sure.
Did you leave some
Sure.
food for us?
Something wrong with this chair. Okay. All right, so Counselor Thompson wanted to discuss the LAP, and that's all I know.
Submissions that came in before I closed.
Well, Thank you. I'd just like to put this motion out on the table because I think, well, I'll put it out there, then we can discuss. I'd like to propose that the official community plan bylaw number 4985/2018, amendment bylaw number 5386/2026 be read a second and third time. And that has to do with the public hearing we held previously today.
So you're saying, just to be clear, that that is the amended bylaw?
The bylaw, yes, and it's the LAP we discussed today with the 2 sites removed from the original one that the province ordered us to adopt. Is there a seconder? Linda, yeah. So just to reiterate some of the comments I made earlier, I think there's a lot of work put into this Ambleside plan with the community and with staff. And as public would know, I supported the original plan, but it was a divided council. And I think this is when you're putting forward a document that's so important, a policy that's so important, you need more than just barely 50-50 or just barely more buy-in. And so the time we took, and I'd have to say Councillor Lambert probably did some really great levels of discussion with the community to come up with these solutions that allowed us as a council to have more confidence in the plan that that we were going to move forward with and have this public hearing as we had. So I felt I was quite proud of the work that the council came to compromise. I know we will not please anybody, and I know there's a great concern about losing the feel of Ambleside, but I do think there's a lot of great stuff in this plan that we can move and will move forward with. The only concern that came from the arts community is that we lose the designation of that site, but that is in both plans. If that is something that becomes a topic of interest in the future, that's a whole different ball game. But at least what I liked about that, I think this is the first time, at least since I've been on council, where everyone has agreed that if there was an art center, that is an appropriate site, as opposed to previous plan where there was great divide in the community, not only whether there should be an art center or not, but where it would go. So I would like to show the province that we as a council can come together under our own volition and work to bring a plan forward to the community that has a comfort level for all of us.
But just to be clear, we're talking about the plan as amended, which is not the plan that has been already legislated by the province.
Yes.
Councillor Watt.
And I appreciated that we went through with the public hearing because I think it's absolutely vital that our residents understand that we are inviting them to give feedback and be part of the process and to blindly follow the directive from the province. And I understand they still may well put that through, but I do hope they were watching and listening and saw the thoughtful dialogue that happened today in this room and understand that we are working toward achieving goals, but we are doing it in a way that honors this community, its residents, and allows them to feel a part of the process in this place where they reside and pay their property taxes.
Councillor Cassidy.
I'm not going to support whatever amendment or adjustment that you make to this LAP because I don't believe in it. I've stood on public streets for 3 consecutive elections and heard from the public that they want to retain the village-like character of West Vancouver. That's what makes it charming. That's what makes people want to live here, and that makes people want to visit here. And one of the things I somehow or other consistently hear these days, and I don't know why, from residents in this community is, when I live here, I feel like I'm on vacation. I feel like I'm on vacation because we have a beautiful community, and I don't feel to placate a provincial government who will probably be out of power with any luck the next election, that we should essentially destroy that village-like character. And when you're going to say that you've heard from the public, every single person in this room, except for maybe 3 or 4 individuals, was opposed to this project, this LAP, because those individuals live in the neighborhood that is going to be affected. Their quality of life is going to be affected. Not people who live in Horseshoe Bay, not people who live in Glen Eagles or wherever, Caulfield, whatever, the residents of Ambleside and Dundrave, and they were here speaking tonight, and what they said was, we do not like this plan. So I don't think our job is to placate a provincial government. Our job is to represent the views of neighborhoods impacted by our decisions.
Councillor, no. Oh, you changed your mind. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Well, I'm not doing this to placate the government. I'm doing it to placate the work of our staff and council. And, you know, I really appreciate that the amount of people that showed up tonight and wrote in, because, you know, this could have been construed as a waste of time, right? And just what was the purpose of it? But I thought everyone that showed up came and spoke very purposefully. We have very different interpretation of what I heard. And what I heard was people did not want the height that was originally proposed on the 2 sites. And I think they recognize that there was a lot of good work in the plan. And that's what I heard. And I heard that they don't want the government to overreach and tell us what to do. And of course, there was a few on the other side of it, but that to me was the majority. And I felt heartened to bring this forward with my fellow councillors, who I believe also had the same confidence.
Okay, hold on. Councillor Watt is next, and then
Yeah.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. So one of my skills is that I can type while watching, and I'm very good at doing dictation. So I took notes on every speaker, and I've gone through and highlighted the names in red of those who supported the abridged plan, the amended plan with the reduced height. And I count a minimum of 8 of the 20. Now, some of the speakers that came forward, I think it was about 4, I'd have to go back, I haven't color coded those yet, were, they wanted the original plan. So from what I see of those who, the majority of people who spoke preferred the plan with the height down. I did not see what you saw. And I have pages of notes here that I dictated. Yeah, well.
Okay,
So-
Councillor Lambert, do you have any comments? Okay, Councillor Snyder, no? Okay, well, I'll make some comments then just off the cuff, because this was not expected or communicated that this would be coming up. But yeah, I think that, you know, it's always good to hear from the public, but I think we should not forget that, you know, this process started 3 years ago. And for the first 2 years of the process, staff were busy collecting feedback from the public. And we're not talking about just a couple of dozen people that were here tonight. We're talking about thousands of responses. And over that 2-year period of time. Staff consolidated all of the input, including input from people living in the neighborhood, to the plan that they put forward a year ago. So, I think that just to make a point to the provincial government tonight, based on the feedback of, essentially a handful of people, is really misleading. And I think that to force the public hearing that we had tonight is, well, the fact is that we've essentially, in my opinion, thrown away, wasted thousands of taxpayers' dollars. We have staff here who have been working on this. We have had to advertise 2 full-page ads in the newspaper in the last 2 weeks, et cetera, et cetera. Staff and legislative services have had put together all of these, pieces of correspondence, et cetera. All of this is moot because it's already been decided, and we can, complain about it as much as we want, but I really believe it's our own fault for not having come to an agreement a long time ago. So I guess we will call the question. You still have your, okay?
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson.
Few comments to
wind up.
Sure. Yes, staff did a lot of work with a lot of people, and it got us to a point of a 3-3 split. And so with a little extra time and effort, we made these compromises as a council, as one council does, to get work done. And I don't think you should discount this public hearing at all. And I begrudgingly say, I think we've wasted a lot more time on a lot less important subjects. And I was very grateful to have the opportunity to hear from our public. This is a transformative time in our community. And if you want to make light of the fact that provincial government is overriding municipal jurisdiction, I think you might as well just stick your head in the sand and vote with a toe. I don't know. It's this is really important to absorb what is happening right now. And I thought the public comments were incredibly constructive and productive.
Now Councillor Watt has more comments.
Yes, thank you. I do have more comments. I think that to talk about the cost of this public hearing, when, yes, obviously there are other costs we had to advertise, but we are all here in this building. It is a little late, but at the end of the day, at a time like this, when we have such enormous provincial overreach, to not allow our citizens to complete that final piece of this process, to me, would have been a travesty.
Councillor Cassidy, oh, now your light's flashing. Okay.
Because now I've changed my mind and have something to say, because I originally, when the public meeting was, hearing was called, I was also a little concerned, going, well, is there a point? And my opinion changed on that very quickly, because I do think that having an opportunity for the public to have been able to voice their concerns today had some value. This government, I don't think, is going to be around for all that long, and things can still change. Yes, one of the speakers stepped up and asked the question of us whether or not, a new government came in, whether or not that abolishes or dissolves the LAP. Well, no, it doesn't. It's already been made law. It's already there. But that doesn't mean that it can't be changed moving forward should a new government come into place. So I think to allow the public the opportunity to continue to share their thoughts with us does have value moving forward, because it gives us some insight, again, moving forward on other, we have a Taylor Way coming up, we have a number of different areas. So I think that I agree, it would have been a disservice to the community to not give them that opportunity to still continue to address the issue. That's it.
With Councillor Snyder, we're all happy that we had this public hearing tonight, because the public has a right to have their voice heard. And as for yourself, Acting Mayor Gambioli, the thousands of hours that staff put in was to the original proposal. So what we have done is we have made concessions by taking out the 2 special sites. We should have made another concession, which is to take out the Hollyburn Corner. but we didn't. But still, I'm not going to vote for the plan as it is. So, c'est la vie.
C'est la vie. All right, I will call the question on the motion that Councillor Thompson read out earlier. All those in favor? All those opposed? So the motion passes, which means more work for staff to bring it back at our next meeting. No?
As far as it goes.
Oh, this is as far as it goes?
Yes.
Oh, that's it.
I think it's just registered on the record.
Okay.
Well, it is, but it will be a point of discussion moving forward.
Okay, so we are now at the point where I believe we are ready to adjourn the meeting.
No, I'm afraid not.
We're not, oh, right, of course, public questions and comments, sorry. I needed to turn the page.
Sorry, Mr. Butler is on the speaker's list, ma'am.
It's going to be quick, but we're not going.
Okay, hold on. Do we have Ms. Lytle on the speaker's list?
Mr. Bettner's on the speaker's list, but I see Ms. Lytle has taken the seat, so we can.
Oh, okay, well, I think that.
This is final comments.
This is public comments, but someone else is before you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, hello again. I'm so glad you decided to wait for the last half of my presentation here.
Oh, gosh.
Just two quick points. One is that we do have a lease with you that has a number of joint goals and objectives that the Sailing Club and West Vancouver agree on it because we're a recreational service provider. One of them I'd just like to point out is that we have to make our launching ramp available for special events. And there's a canoe awakening event scheduled at the club for May 1st. Now, I understand that you're all going to be invited. If you haven't been, you should be. And the only point I had about that is that you guys, nobody knew this was going to happen until a week ago. West Van Special Events, to the best of my knowledge, didn't know beforehand. This has all been organized in a week. And dealing with pay parking just adds another layer of bureaucracy and confusion to it. The school that's going to come for the awakening is Little Children, I think, in West Vancouver. So I understand that all of their volunteers can get free passes because they're in West Vancouver School District. But now the organizer has to go to West Vancouver School District and find out about that. And then it's got to go to the Squamish Nation, I believe, because they run the school, and then it has to come down. So this is just it makes it harder to have these sort of events happen. And then my conclusion was, I actually believe that what's happening here is we've got this big fog of dollar signs floating around that's maybe clouding our vision. And what we would really like to have happen is a survey or an examination of the value that the clubs such as Hollyburn and all the sports clubs provide to the municipality. And then we could kind of compare apples to apples. You could have a look and say, well, we've got this much parking revenue. But then again, these recreational service providers provide this much value to West Vancouver. And then we can make a real decision about what's best for West Vancouver. Do they really want the dollars or do they want the quality of life? And that's the end of my speech, except for Christine, I walk the seawall every Sunday. I'm from North Van. I'm a little hurt that you can pick me out on the walkway. Just to let you know, I park in a 2-hour zone with my wife and everybody else. We then walk the seawall for an hour. We go to Bean Around the World, and we buy coffee and socialize and stuff. And I also spend a lot of time volunteering for the Sailing Club. And I think I'm kind of the type of visitor that you guys really want to have. Come into West Vancouver, buy coffee, buy treats, volunteer for services that benefit the community, because as one of the previous people said, and sometimes you just don't really have enough people in West Vancouver to make some of these things work. And I really would like to see you guys continue to be a really inviting and welcoming district. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have to pay for the boat, for God's sakes. Okay, you're not quite done with pay parking from me tonight. I did send a letter on the weekend that outlined some points and I stand by them. But what has come up tonight, I'm going to add to. Number one, stakeholders. I live a block and a half from Ambleside Beach. And I think that residents that are impacted by parking should be considered as well as a stakeholder to that study. Number two, parking has been an issue in my neighborhood for the last probably 2.5, 3 years. And that coincides, interestingly enough, with the rapid bus stop changing from Dutchess and 15th to 14th and Marine. And that draws traffic as a result. Now, the other thing is, as we become the only beach that does not have pay parking, it's drawing people from further away that don't want to pay for parking. And it's causing more and more people coming to our parking lot at the beach, which isn't very big. And when I listen to these sports people, you have 2 teams of 12 and their parents and their grandparents and their step parents and whoever coming to watch the games, that parking lot is full by 10 o'clock and people are parking further and further away in the business districts, in the residential districts. And there needs to be some sort of plan or some sort of enforcement so that I can have people coming to my house to visit, that I can have a plumber coming and fixing my sink without having to park 3 blocks away. So it is an issue, it's busier, and we need to have some sort of regulation, and free parking is just going to exacerbate the problem. Have a nice evening. Thank you for this.
Thank you. And yes.
We have one more speaker who just signed up to speak
Okay.
via Zoom.
On Zoom.
I'll promote her now.
Wonderful.
Let's see if she will rejoin as a panelist. Victoria Mendez, you should be able to unmute your microphone. Turn on your camera if you wish. You've got 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council members. Just wanted to make comment on the public hearing and the LAP. I can appreciate that we want to hear from the public, but having been...
Ms. Mendez, thank you. Sorry, the public hearing's closed now.
Okay. Uh,
So there'll be no further comment.
Council
What?
cannot receive any comments until after the bylaws disposed of.
But
Okay, I thought it was an open
said we
3 minute
disposed of it.
comments.
Is there not? Aren't we done?
Well, it's gotten to 3rd reading until the bylaws defeated or adopted. It's still active. So
Oh,
until
so it
that
is
takes
coming
place, you
back.
cannot receive any further submissions on the bylaw.
So
Whether
you're
it's
saying it
some
is coming back?
It can't, so it can't come back for 2 years. So it will sit at 3rd reading until such time that it proceeds for ministerial approval or
So you're
otherwise.
saying we can't receive any feedback
No.
about this? because
Even
of
at
legislative
open
requirement?
comments?
Nope. Yeah, no further comments whatsoever, written, verbal.
Okay, well, thank you for letting us know the procedures.
Thank you.
I just heard LAP.
If she limits her comments to pay parking, then that's fine, but the LAP.
Sure. Right.
Okay, I know my comment was in relation to density and height and how I heard many people comment on density and height, but it seemed to be not the correct number of stories in relation to the written documents in the LAP. So no, it's not in relation to pay parking.
Okay, well, this is all new for us and somewhat confusing. So, okay, let's move on. Yes, everyone else, no one else needs to speak right now. Okay.
I'll
Good.
recommend that the April 27th, 2026 regular council meeting be adjourned.
Councillor Watt will second that. Her hand went up. All those in favor? And anyone opposed? No, it's 9:54. We're stretching it tonight. All right. That's carried. Thank you very much.